So, race number 2 is the first of the 4 legs of the International Jockeys Challenge. 14 riders, 7 men, 7 women from around the world, with the points being 15 for a win, 10 for second, 7 for third, 4 for fourth and 2 for fifth. Over the course of the 4 races, 2 of which are run on dirt and 2 of which are run on turf, whoever is the leader at the end of that scoops the prize. We welcome back a few familiar names and some new ones, but 14 names that will be well known around the world, and includes a couple of local riders who qualify each year. So Sayboot heads them up. Number 1 for Frida Valaskar, 2 Shakra Sultan for Angela Jones, and 3 Hafedek Allah, the mount of Holly Doyle. Number 4, same colours, white cap for Harvey, the mount of Billy Lochnan, and Istatea for Mikel Barcelona is number 5. Number 6, Shamkat to Wake for local rider Mohammed Aldaham. Number 7 is Ashjar. Flavian Pratt takes the ride. And number 8, Fighter. Fresh from his stint in Hong Kong, Dylan Brown McMonagle takes the mount. Number 9 is Min Mithlaha, the mount of Keita Tasaki for Japan. And 10, Wardat Al-Mayadeen, the US rider Forrest Boyce. Number 11 is Al-Tawidi. We welcome back Marie Vellon. Number 12 is Reda Al-Bahi for Luis Morales. 13, Hey Nabaha, Safi Osborne. And 14, Jawar Al-Riyadh for Nina Baltramé. So those are the 14 runners, and this race over 1,600 metres on the dirt. And there's a look at Billy Lochnan, who rode 200 winners in the UK, 222 to be precise, the biggest in the calendar year since Kieran Fallon back in 2003. I'm joined by Tom Collins to have a look at the runners and riders here. So Tom Collins joins me to run through the runners in the paddock. Sayboot heads it up.
Yeah, good afternoon, Richard. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, Richard.
So I'll talk through the runners and riders while we just sort out the audio there for Tom. Shakra Sultan is number 2, the mount of Angela Jones. Number 3, Hafedek Allah will be next up. Holly Doyle is in the saddle here. Number 4 is Harvey, mount of Billy Lochnan. Number 4, Harvey. Number 5 is Istatea, Mikel Barcelona in the green cat will be next up. Okay, I think we've managed to join Tom now. So number 6, Shamkat to Wake. What can you tell me about him?
Yeah, good afternoon, Richard. Thank you very much. And I'm really looking forward to this afternoon. The first race of the International Jockeys Challenge, there is Shamkat to Wake, as you've mentioned. This horse has been heavily raced this season, has gone close on a couple of occasions, including when second on her latest outing in a Group 2 company. She stays really well. She's drawn nicely in post 2, and she should never be far away in this contest. Mohammed Aldaham takes the ride. He won this challenge last year.
So the qualifications for the local riders here, is it normally 2 slots?
It's 2 slots, yeah. Yes. They are hand-picked. Mohammed Aldaham obviously has to be here after winning this last year, and Louis Morales was chosen as the other rider. There is Ashjar, representing Flavian Pratt, horse number 7, who is a progressive gelding, wants an increased stamina test, and he might have the pace to chase with this horse, Fighter, who should be forwardly placed. Dylan Brown McMonagle takes the ride on him. Drops into handicap company for the first time since November 2024. Clearly has plenty of talent, but stamina can be an issue.
I do remember him. He's actually a horse I remember calling a couple of times. Some of the names don't stick, but he's a nice, sensible one, so I always quite like him. So Fighter, Dylan Brown McMonagle, who made a very successful stint in Hong Kong. Here's number 9, Min Mithlaha.
Yeah, interesting runner in this spot. This filly by Premium Tap out of a nice local bred mare. She's an informed filly. She comes into the race on the back of 2 impressive 2,000-metre victories. She's won over course and distance in the past, so a longer trip isn't a necessity for her. She'll be strong late in this race, and if she gets the pace to set up for her, she should be the one that finishes off the fastest down the middle of the track.
So number 10 is Wardat Al Mayadeen, another familiar name on this card.
Yes, most of her victories have come over 1,200 metres or 1,400 metres, 6 furlongs or 7 furlongs using the different metric. Her efforts over this track and trip this season have been a little bit underwhelming. Forest Boyce takes the ride. She has some very good rides later on the card in the remaining 3 races. This one will probably be a sighter for her. However, the horse, you know, the early part of the race is going to be the standout factor because she's drawn in gate 14, which can be difficult.
Okay, it's the runners beginning to head out. We didn't get a chance to look at the other 4 in detail, but any of those that might be of interest?
Al Tawili's an experienced horse, hasn't won for 15 months. Course and distance, no problem, but the recent form isn't strong. Riyadh Al Bari is a course and distance open winner back in October. Closes from off the pace, may get too far behind, but Louis Morales knows the track well. Hayna Baha, inexperienced type, but has the potential to improve. And Jawar Al Riyadh races off £4 lower than winning this race 12 months ago, so it's an interesting runner today.
I should remember that as well, shouldn't I? That one obviously didn't stick quite as well as Fighter and Wardan Al Mayadeen. So, reminder, this is leg 1 of the Jockey series. I'll just remind you, if you're just joining us, 15, 10, 7, 4, 2. Frida Valaskar is aboard Seiboot, who is on the way down towards the start here. So, runners down at the start, Tom. Let's have a little bit of a chat. Who has the best chance here, do you think? Just talk about the likely winner first and maybe how the race might unfold.
Sure, when I was looking through this lineup, there wasn't much separating these horses on talent. You can see that from their ratings. I suppose the fact that Min Mithlaha comes in here on the back of a couple of victories, has that course and distance form, but he also has enhanced stamina for further distances, which I think will stand her in good stead. I'd probably put her on top, but Shamkat Tawaik is another interesting runner, given her back form in Group 2 and open company.
Mohammed Al-Daham acquitted himself very well. Is there a sort of knowledge of the track that is quite helpful here?
Yes, so he was second last year in the Jockeys Challenge. This year, Jockeys Championship, sorry, obviously won the Jockeys Challenge. This year he finished fourth in the Jockeys Championship. He's a very good rider. He rides a lot for leading connections, Samar Al-Dahani and Abdullah Al-Sajrani over here. And yeah, he knows the dirt and turf track very well.
Now, the profile of races domestically, they do tend to go quite hard. Do we feel that the greater number of international riders may just change the way these races are run during the course of the four legs, actually, not just in this race?
Yeah, I think specifically the two dirt races might be run in a different way to the usual style of a dirt race that we'll see here in Riyadh. Maybe the jockeys will be a little bit more conservative in the early part of the race. There could be a few that are trying to take advantage of that and gain an early track position advantage. But I don't expect these jockeys to go as hard as we saw from Sue Perfect in the first race, for example. They'll try to play their hand late, maybe on the straight, top of the home straight, and hope their horses finish off well.
And there is His Royal Highness Prince Bandar bin Khalid Al Faisal, chairman of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. Very much the driving force behind what turned out to be an excellent event. This is the 7th renewal that we have had, and the International Jockeys Series has been a part of it right from the word go. Harby's about to move forward into the inside gate. Who are you expecting to be up there early? The sprinters that are stretching out to a mile?
Yeah, there are a couple of sprinters stretching out. That's Fighter is one of those, as is Warda Al Maidan. I think Sayabout and Hafedek Allah will also be forwardly placed. If they go 4 across the track, it could set up for a closer like Min Mithlaha.
So we have stalls cam and jockey cam during the course of the day here. As Wardat Al Mayadeen goes forward, Sayboot about to hit in as well for Frida Valaskar. We'll try as far as possible to give the names of the riders as well as the names of the horses in the run, close finishes permitting. Reda Albari about to go in there for Luis Morales. He is the second local rider.
Yes, he rode in this challenge a couple of years ago. Wasn't among the team of jockeys last year, but he's back. He loves this challenge. He says he lives throughout the regular season and hoping he can ride for Saudi Arabia in this challenge. So I think he'll do well today.
Right, so we're down to the last 2 or 3 with Hafedak Allah moving forward for Holly Doyle and Jawar Al Riyadh for Nina Baltrame. Next in is Min Mithlaha for Keita Tasaki. And we're down, I think, to the last just about all set. And we're off and racing. And quickly into stride is Istatea under Mikel Barcelona, who heads them up early with, on the wide outside, Shakra Sultan for Angela Jones. Also taking a handy position between the pair in the red cap, Hafedek Allah moves forward for Holly Doyle. Closer to the running rail, Shamkat to wake for Mohammed Al-Daham, and then the white cap in the red jacket for Harby and Billy Lochnan. So as they settle down, it's Holly Doyle and Hafedek Allah who shows the early way. Crossing across, Shakra Sultan races in second for Angela Jones. Tracking the leaders in third place, the white cap of Harby for Billy Lochnan, and then in fourth place, orange and white Shamkat to wake. Round the outside, Istatea for Mikel Barcelona sits just behind the leaders, and in sixth place at this stage is Hayna Baha for Safi Osborne. They have a little bit of a break over the rest of the field, headed up by Rida Al-Bahari for Luis Morales, trying to make some progress, and the black cap is Fighter for Dylan Brown McMonagle as they make the turn. So still out in the lead, Hafedek Allah for Holly Doyle. In second place, Shakra Sultan for Angela Jones. Pushed along just behind the leaders is Harby and Billy Lochnan. A green cap towards the outside is Istatea Mikel Barcelona, and right round the outside, Hayna Baha for Safi Osborne is moving forward stylishly. Round the inside, Reda Al-Bahi, Luis Morales, and Jawar Al Riyadh making ground for Nilden Baltrame. So out in the lead, it is Istatea for Mikel Barcelona, but picked off now by Hayna Baha, who's been travelling strongly throughout. Shamkat to wait for Mohammed Al-Daham down the centre, and staying on Sebut for Frida Valaskar, but out clear. Hayna Baha for Safi Osborne is going to rout these, coming home 5 or 6 lengths clear. Hayna Baha up for second on the outside. Sayboot, valuable points for Frida Valaskar in second. Shamkat to wait for Mohammed Al-Daham is in third. In fourth place, running on Milmith Thayer for Keita Tasaki, and last in the points looks to be Ashjar and Flavian Pratt. What looked a competitive race turned out to be a very easy win for Hayna Baha. Safi Osborne for Bada Rizek has won comfortably in a time of 1:39.73. Sayboot, who came from well off the pace, has run on to finish second, but was beaten a long way. And third place will go to Shamkat to wake Points on the board again for Mohammed Aldaham, and a couple of closers picking off the 4 and 2 points. Min Mathlaha for Katie Tasaki and number 7 Ashjar for Flavian Pratt. So confirm the finishing order. First, number 13 Heina Baha wins by 4 1/4 lengths and bags 15 points for Safi Osborne in our first race. Seibut in second place, 10 points for Frida Balashkar. Third, Shamwat Tuwake, beaten a further length and a half, Mohammed Aldaham. Then Min Mithlaha for 4th, and that means 4 points for Keita Tasaki, and Ashjar filling off the places in 5th, 2 points for Flavian Pratt. In a moment, but Tom, let's have a chat about the race itself, because it turned out to be a comfortable success for Heina Baha, who was always travelling well and just went further away.
Yeah, I thought it was a great ride from Safi. She sat wide on the track, which is never a bad thing on the dirt course here, unlike in America where you don't want to be pitched wide on the turns. She sat just off the early pace as well, which looked relatively hard, with the Fedek Alla going pretty keenly through the early part. And once Safi shook the reins, Heina Baha just went clear. A good performance. That's her 3rd victory from 12 starts. And last time she was a good second to a horse called Tazim, who we'll see tomorrow.
Seibut in second place, eventually beaten by over 4 lengths in a faster time than our first race, which was a race for 3-year-old fillies. Safi Osborne, delighted. She's tasted plenty of success in the Middle East, good stints in Dubai, and now she has a winner here in Saudi Arabia. Boy, Heina Baha, and she's speaking to Ollie Bell.
Yeah, Safi Osborne's taken Meydan by storm this winter, and now a winner here in Riyadh. Safi, that looked pretty easy. How was it?
Yeah, it was pretty straightforward. I was obviously drawn wide enough, but she travelled beautifully. They said how easy she is, and she really is. And I couldn't quite believe how well I was travelling with just a furlong to go, and she's done it pretty impressively.
Pretty chilled as well, isn't she?
Yeah, as I said, to the outriders, I think this is probably one of the easiest horses I've ever ridden. So no, yeah, nice to kick this evening off to a good start, and hopefully it can continue like this.
It's been a great winter for you out in Meydan. To come here ahead of what is a special weekend of racing, how important is it to get on the board?
Yeah, really special. It's been a great winter in Meydan and Dubai, and it's quite nice to tick off another country to have ridden a winner in, and especially here on this weekend they put on such amazing racing, and yeah, to ride a winner here is a real honour.
Top job, well done.
Thanks.
يمين يا ابو مشعل يمين 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 هنا هنا ابو علي شوي شوي
So delighted connections there. Get a chance to chat through the replay in case we get any clues for a little bit later on in the card. They jumped away. Initially, Istihar was one of those that was going to go forward, or Istatea, I should say. Let's try and pick where the winner comes from. It's always handy. Midfield, black cap, white colours, red stripes, and in actual fact, most of those that were involved at the finish came from quite well back in the field, albeit quite well strung out.
They did indeed, yes. You can see that Safi is just keen to let Heina Baha just find her stride on the outside in the black cap. She looks across to see if she can move in a touch, but she doesn't need to be close to the rail here. You can ride 3 wide and the horse won't lose too much momentum. She was keen to set off the pace because you can see that Holly Doyle and her Fedek Alla, the horse has gone a little bit too keen in her hands, and that pace therefore was faster than Holly wanted. You can see there's a break after the first 6 runners, which emphasises that.
Yeah, and Seibut at this stage was struggling to hold the position. One of the first ridden in the green colours, 3 wide round the turn. I think the point you made is quite important. I was watching a lot of the replays last night. Being wide is no disadvantage, which is sort of alien to what you may feel in covering some more ground, but it does seem that you can sit wide, get travelling and pick them off quite happily.
Yeah, there's a minor camber on that far turn, so for all that you are covering a little bit more ground, you do get the advantage of the slingshot coming into the home straight. And you can see this is where Safi launches Hey Nabaha on the outside. She probably got there astride too soon, she would say, I imagine, because she's in front right now and firmly on the bridle. But once she shakes the rein at this mare, she really picks up nicely. And the eventual runner-up, Sabo, as you say, was too far back, currently in fourth, about to move into third on the outside. The two closers way out the back, Ashjar and Minmith Lahu, who was never really put into the race, they eventually finished fourth and fifth as the pace setters just fade back through the field. But to be honest, Richard, this was all about one horse, and all the way through, Hey Nabaha looked like she was going to win.
Yeah, so 15 points for Safi Osborne, 10 for Frida Valaskar, and 7 for Mohammed Aldaham. The 1, 2, 3. Just a reminder, Min Methlea finished in fourth place, so there's 4 points for Keita Tosaki, and the last one on the board, Ashjar's rider, Flavian Pratt, with 2. But Safi Osborne, delighted for her. She's had such a great time in Meydan, and she's now ridden a winner in Riyadh on Hey Nabaha, who scores in pretty decisive fashion.
Safi Osman. Remember, points are valuable in these IJC races. This was our first. Our following race is the second of the International Jockeys Challenge races. Then we take a break from the IJC, but we have some competitive action in our fourth race. Then we go back to these point-based races in race 5 and race 6. This was the opener, and it was Hey Navarra and Safi Osman that picked up those valuable 15 points for coming in first place. Three last cars are in second on board Seymour, and in third I think they've got Mohammed. Let's not forget all hand-fit races to pick up minor points which may count towards the end of these four races. Peter, some Japanese based gentlemen of our post series, all are in fact distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, have the trophy presentation from International Jockeys presented by RPS. On the stage we can see collecting the Minnesota's prize from Sujal Said Al Namati on behalf of King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sir Ritter bin Abdullah.
سيدات وسادة رحبوا معنا ببطلة الشو أول جولة تحدي التيار العالمي حي جماعة بالشعار الصدر الآبية وبحضور صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير بن عبد الله لاستلام الجائزة المقدمة من راعي الشو مجموعة RPS.
And also on the podium today, their prizes from the Prince bin Navi extends our congratulations to the winning trainer of Hey Navarra, the winning trainer Bana Radika, also the winning jockey Safi Osman.
أيضا رحبوا معنا بمدرب البطلة حي جماعة والمدرب بدر سعود الزين وأيضا الفارسة سامي اسكورونا. المدن ما تقاس بحجمها فقط، بل المساحات اللي تعطي الانسان فرصه يتحرك ويكون نشيط ويعيش حياه صحيه وبجوده اعلى. ومن هنا جاء المسار الرياضي، يعني يمتد عبر الرياض ويجمع كل الانشطه الرياضيه والحركيه في مكان واحد، ويحول الحركه اليوميه الى تجربه صحيه جماليه انسانيه. المسار الرياضي مو مجرد مشروع بنيه تحتيه، بل رؤيه حضاريه تغير مفهوم علاقه الانسان بالبديهه. يمتد اكثر من 135 كيلومتر. ويربط المسار شرق الرياض والغرب. العديد من المسارات، مسار المشي، ركوب الدراجات، وايضا ركوب الخيل. مساحات خضراء ومناطق رياضيه مفتوحه ومناطق للفنون وايضا ممرات تفاعليه. مسار رياضي يعزز الصحه والفعاليه. يفتح السكان مساحات للاستثمار والتنقل الاجتماعي في بيئه امنه ومستقره وتقلل الاعتماد على السياره وتعزز من جوده الحياه من خلال الاحتياجات والحركه العامه والمناطق الثقافيه والرياضيه بجسد مسار رياضي مفتوح ومدينه لتجمع سكان. الرياض اليوم ما تتطور السيارات بل بجوده تفاصيل حياته. مسار رياضي شاهد حقيقي على كيف تحول رؤية 2030 إلى واقع ملموس للجميع.
So this is the third race on the card, the second leg of the International Jockeys Challenge. Runners and riders for this 1400-metre race on the dirt. So we move a little bit further along the back straight, 7 furlongs, 1400 metres. Reminder of the Jockeys Challenge rankings at the moment. Safi Osborne with 15 points, Frida Valashkar 10, Mohammed Al-Daham 7, and then 4 points for Keita Dasaki, and 2 points for Flavien Prat. So these are the runners and riders for our second leg of the challenge. Number 1, Falazain, Marie Velon. 2 is Karimi, Safi Osborne, currently with 15 points. 3 is Ablik for Angela Jones. 14, Estahar, Mikel Barcelona. 5, Sahafi, Flavien Prat. Number 6, one of several from Red Stable, Ayla Malek, the red cap. You'll see lots of different cap permutations here with number 7. So Ayla Malek is the mount of Forest Boyce. Good ride for her here. 7, Hatha Al-Kalam, Billy Lochnan. 8, Mumtera, Dylan Brown McMonagle. 9 is Oxaham for Frida Valashkar. Remember, 10 points from the first leg. 10 is Abaya, Nina Baltramé. Number 11 is Makthor, Mohammed Al-Daham. 12 is Simihan, the mount of Holly Doyle. 13, Mezamaya, Keita Tasaki. And number 14, Motashaeb for Luis Morales. So 14 runners over the 1400 metres. Let's take a look at the horses in the paddock in company, once again, with Tom Collins. We're headed up by Falazain.
Yeah, speedy gelding, Falazain. He's had 6 wins from 15 starts. Most have come at Taif, actually, but he is a course and distance winner here. Finished 5th of 12 in a domestic Group 1 contest last time. Now goes into handicap company, off top weight, but gets a good draw, has loads of speed and should be there at the finish. Okay,
yeah, he's drawn in stall 2, so we might be giving him an early call. Number 1, Falazain. Number 2 is Karimi, Safi Osborne. What chances has she got of more points here?
Well, look, she's riding on a high after that first victory in the Jockeys Challenge. This horse, Karimi, caused a massive shock by landing the Sarawak Cup last year. That's the next race on the card after this one. Maybe he's been primed for this meeting again. He was only rated 70 this time last season, now rated 90. The 1200 metres last time in the Sarawak Cup was more suitable than the 1400 here, but this horse should be a big player and shaped well last time over the course and distance.
Number 3 is Ablik, the filly, the mount of Angela Jones.
She's a strong stayer. She prefers longer distances, generally runs over 1800 metres. Last time she scooted clear to win the champion of the racecourses here. She's fit, she comes into the race with a lot on her side. The negative is the cutback in distance. She does need them to go hard up front like they did in the previous race.
Number 4 is Estatar, the mount of Mikel Barcelona.
Yet to win in 4 starts. Has been hit really hard by the handicapper, actually, for finishing 4th in a cup race last time. £20 rise. Finished well that day, over 1600 metres. Wants more distance than Estatar gets today. Mikel Barcelona might be struggling in the early part of the race.
Number 5 is Sahafi, the mount of Flavien Prat, who nicked a couple of points in the first leg, and it's actually historically that's quite important when we get to the business end.
It is indeed, yeah. 2 points could be the difference from finishing 1st or 3rd actually in a challenge like this. Yes, Flavien Prat will try to use this precocious colt early. He wants a longer trip, so needs to be forwardly placed as he does not have a turn of foot. As I say, he was precocious. He was a very good 2-year-old, not necessarily improved now that he's at the age of 4.
States rider Forest Boyce has got some good rides, and Ayla Malek is one of them.
Yeah, this could be her best ride, though she does have a chance later on. Ayla Malek is a talented miler over the 1600 metres who can be effective over the shorter trips. If they go hard up front, this horse with a high cruising speed can get close in the middle part of the race. And crucially, he finds plenty off the bridle. I think he'll be there or thereabouts at the end. It will be disappointing for Forest if this horse doesn't score her some points.
Number 7 is the grey Hatha Al-Kalam for Billy Lochnan, another in those red and white colours, white cap for him.
Unexposed, 2 wins from the 6 starts. Both of those victories have come over 1600 metres, so further than the trip that Hatha Al-Kalam runs over today. Well beaten on the last 3 outings in better company. Now drops down in grade, unproven over this distance and draws wide.
8, Mumtera, another from this yard, Dylan Brown McMonagle.
Specialist over the 1200 metres, so again steps up in distance. Surely he's going to be used early from the inside post in gate 1. Won a 0 to 75 handicap over 1200 metres here in December. Now rated £9 higher and faces better opposition.
Number 9, Oxaham, is a grey with Frida Valashkar in the saddle.
This horse was last of 18 in the champion of the racecourses event here last month and can't really be trusted on that form. She's a filly that's a bit in and out. All 3 of her victories have come over 1200 metres.
Next up is number 10, Abea, mount of Nina Valtrame.
An improving filly with 3 wins from 6 starts. Vulnerable late over this distance recently and has got up 26 pounds in the weights for her last 2 successes. This is going to be much tougher, but she's a filly that's trending in the right direction.
And number 11 is Macthor.
Well, we always like to know who's going to go forward in races, and Macthor should certainly be on the front end here. She is an out-and-out front runner with no second speed. It is go from the outset. She recently runs over 1,200 metres, as you would imagine, the shortest distance here in Saudi Arabia. It's highly unlikely she'll stay this far or even maintain that forward position for the vast majority of this race. And her mark of 80 doesn't look particularly lenient on what she's achieved. But Richard, you'll be calling her early on.
I'll make a note of that. Next is number 12, Simihan for Holly Doyle.
A 3-time winner, once over this course and distance. So again, this trip is no problem for Simihan, unlike Macthor. But now 20 pounds higher in the weights for the course and distance victory. Again, should be forwardly placed, but unlikely to be first in the early stages. I imagine Holly will try to use this horse around the turn and hope that Simihan can hold on.
Number 13 is Meza Maya, the filly, ridden by Keita Tanaki.
5th of 17 in the Sarawak Cup behind Karimi last year, so another horse that's been primed for this meeting. Prefers further, should be staying on in the latter part of this race. Can't be fully discounted, but a 2 from 18 strike rate isn't overly appealing.
Keita Tanaki with 4 points on that first round. And number 14, Mutashaheb for Luis Morales.
Well beaten when 14th of 18 in a 0-95 handicap last time, similar grade to this. That came over the 1,200 metres off £1 higher mark. Unlikely to improve enough to win this contest today and has drawn wide. But I suppose in a race like this, where not much separates these horses on official ratings, you can't really write anything off.
So runners are heading out then for this third race, the second leg of the Jockeys Challenge, 1,400 metres. We're around about 5 minutes or so from post time. We'll be back when the runners arrive down at the start. So runners are at the start. A reminder that you were saying, Tom, that Macthor is likely to go forward relatively swiftly. There are quite a few horses that I noted during that paddock conversation that had form at 1,800 metres. So, you know, some stayers here as well.
Yeah, it's a good mix between sprinters and stayers. Macthor should definitely be forwardly placed. Likely to set it up for Ayla Malik in the same red stable silks. I think you'll be looking at Ayla Malik as the interesting horse for a top 3 finish. And don't look beyond Karimi as well. This horse was aimed at this target to meeting last year. Again, could be very much the same 12 months on and could provide Safi Osborne with more valuable points.
Yeah, and that would certainly give her a very, very decent chance indeed. Lots of horses in these red colours. They're going forward. The blue cap of Macthor, the one we expect to be close to the speed. Hatha Al Kalam as well. But according to most people, Ayla Malik is their first choice. Where's the first colours?
Yes, for sure. It would be a surprise if Ayla Malik didn't throw a big hand into the mix here. Forest Boys will be looking to get some valuable points again, because later on she has another good ride, and a victory here or even second place finish would stand her in good stead in the challenge. Yeah,
historically you do want to have some points on the board. Now it sounds rather daft when you're halfway, but it's not many times has it not been won by someone who's not in the first 3 after the first 2 races. The last 2 go forward. Ayla Malik for Forrest Bryce, and last of all Forrest Boyce and Abe Abaya for Nina Baltramai. So all set, and away they head. So breakaway over 1,400 metres and swiftly into stride is Macthor indeed. Cutting out the early running, Oxaham is racing handily for Frida Valdesquea. Closer to the running rail, the black cap of Mumtera for Dylan Brown McMonigal, and also Karimi not too far away, just tracking the leaders at this stage. Also towards the outside of the field, Simihan is trying to be hunted along by Holly Doyle at this stage. But out in the lead it is Macthor who shows the way from Oxaman and Mustashaba towards the outside for Luis Morales. Just tracking the leaders on the inside, Mumtera for Dylan Brown McMonigal. Moving forward is Ayla Malik under Forest Boyce, who moves through in the 5th and just shouting for a little bit of room there, you saw, as Karimi's a little bit tight for room for Safi Osborne as well. So very tightly bunched in midfield. Abaya down the outside, also wider out, trying to make some ground. So happy for Flavian Pratt as they spin for home. And Macthor, the confirmed pace from Oxalman in second. Abaya moving forward now for Nida Baltramay. In 4th place now, Forest Boyce asks for Ayla Malik for an effort. Karimi finding just the 1 pace. Behind these, Sahafi for Flavian Pratt. Right down the outside, Estatar for Mikel Barcelona from a long way back. Out in the lead, Abaya for Nina Baltramay. Macthor, a real bold sight in running the trip. Digging in for Mohammed Andaham. Back in 3rd place, Ayla Malik. Forest Boyce not closing fast enough. Great battle with Abaya. Macthor still not lying down on the inside, but it's Abaya close home for Nina Baltramay. Nina Baltramay rides a winner on Abaya. Beats in the 2nd place Macthor. More points though for Mohammed Aldaham. Racing in 3rd place across the line was Ayla Malik. Confirmation for 4th. Sahafi I think will get 4th, so more points for Flavian Pratt. And we'll just await for confirmation of the 5th. Could have been Fala Zain for Marie Vellon. Was one of a few who was staying on late. Great battle as Macthor cut out the pace over a trip longer than ideal, but eventually was worn down by Abaya, who beats into 2nd place Macthor. 3rd place number 6, Ayla Malik. 4th goes to Sahafi. More points for Flavian Pratt, and it was number 1, Fala Zain. Points on the board for the first time for Marie Vellon. That's going to make it very, very tight at the top of the standings, because that will move Nina Baltramay to 15 points. It'll move Mohammed Aldaham to 17 points, and I think put him in the lead at the moment. First points on the board for Forrest Boyce, and that is 7 for her. Then behind these it was Sahafi who was 4th, and that puts Flavian Pratt on to 6 points. So we have at the top, I think, Mohammed Aldaham on 17, Lenby 15 apiece for Nina Baltramay, and also Safi Osborne, who was out of the points there, but of course won the first. So another great moment for her, but it was in the balance for a long time, Tom.
It was, yeah. Macthor held on to the early position a lot better than she has been recently over this longer trip, and Mohammed Aldaham gave her a great rated ride. Didn't use up too much petrol, just got to the front, kept it simple, and saved plenty of energy for the home straight. But Nina Baltramay and Abaya came through late. This filly, 4 wins now from 7 starts. She really is improving for the White Stable.
Glance to the outside. No, you got the one on the inside covered. Great moment for her. And Ayla Malik was shouting for room around the turn. You could see the rider wanting a bit of space, but just plugged on rather than... I mean, maybe it was just the fact... I mean, Macthor didn't go as fast as they might have anticipated. Anyway, let's hear from another delighted rider, no doubt, riding a winner in Saudi Arabia, talking to Ollie.
Yeah, Nina made history in 2005, becoming the first female rider to win the prestigious German Derby, and a winner here on what is a huge weekend for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. How special was that?
It was really special. It was my lightest weight, and I have such problems with my weight. So, but it's more...
made up for it with the win.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And yeah, it's awesome here.
Were you always confident you were going to get the better of the argument late on, because the horse on the inside was very tough?
Yeah, he was very tough, but I have a horse who's a really fighter, and he fight with me.
Amazing. You'll have a nice meal tonight.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yes, thanks. And drink.
So well done to Nina, who probably had mixed feelings when you get the weights out as to
Yes.
what you've drawn. But on this occasion, it was repaid by Abea. And the runners coming back in. And once again, I'm going to show you a replay of the contest. And as Tom had predicted, Macthor was the one that went on the front end. Didn't blaze away, and maybe that was the key, actually, for the closing stages, in the sense he made the running, but... sorry, she made the running, but she had plenty left to give a fight out.
She did. It's abnormal for that to happen with Macthor. If you watch her recent performances, you'll see that she goes forward. They use a lot more of her in standard races during the regular season than they did today. And the fact that Mohammed Aldaham rated her in the early part, as I said, saved some petrol. And, you know, this was a race that developed from an early part. However, you'll notice there wasn't really a closer from out of the pack. The winner, Abea, was just in behind the pace. The third place finisher, Ayla Malik, was very tight on the inside, but was never too far back. And those three just dominated from the outset.
And maybe the key to the pace was, literally, we pointed out in the run, that there were several in midfield that were shouting for room.
Yes.
And maybe the fact they were clustered up on the dirt, which isn't always the case, suggested they hadn't quite gone as fast as we thought.
I completely agree. At this point, you can see that Macthor's taking the advantage, and Mohammed realises no horse is pushing forward from the inside. So he moves across and edges over slowly, which is able to save the horse's energy for the latter part. But just watch the horse right on the rail with the black cap. That's Montera, going to get really short for him next to Karimi and Ayla Malik. And those three here, which is a great camera angle.
That's fantastic. You can see, actually, there, Abea didn't get the best of passages there.
No.
She's actually one of those that got knocked out. And as I say, you could hear both Forrest Boyce and Safi Osborne very, very tight. You can get some kickback,
Yes.
as you tell if you're worse in midfield. And here, I think Forrest Boyce just got checked there, and you lose momentum, whereas Abea got that sweeping run, having been knocked earlier. But
A very similar run to Heina Baha in the last race. 3 wide on the turn. Yes, okay, got a little bit inconvenienced in the early part, which Heina Baha didn't. But 3 wide and launched the challenge right at the top of the home straight. And the filly picked up really nicely for Nina Baltramai. It was interesting because at this point I thought she was going to go
yes,
and
I mean, she's
assert
gone
herself.
half neck up, but it stays at the neck for quite a while.
It does. Macthor fought back, but also Abea didn't really go on and sustain her effort all the way to the line. There was just no closer. We can see Ayla Malik at the back of shot here, but no other horse really came from way back in the field.
No, Fala Zayn, a fair play to Marie Vellon. If you watch that back, she was off the bridle right from the word go, and she is plugged on to finish in 5th place. We will give you official confirmation of what we believe the current standings to be. But we believe it'll be 17 points for Mohammed Aldaham, who will lead. Nina Baltramai 15, Safi Osborne 15, and they will be the top 3, but we will confirm that on our return for the 3rd leg of the Jockeys Challenge. In between that, we do have, however, the Sarawat Cup. It's over 1,200 metres, and that will be our next contest as the sun begins to go down. And delighted connections for King Abdullah bin Aziz and Sons will collect the trophy for Abea.
been anywhere near him, Denise, after that. After the kiss of the lens, that's it.
Yeah.
No, it's not me. I'm going for the kiss of the lens and I'm out of there.
Sun begins to disappear over the horizon. As we move on to race number 4, this is a domestic contest, the Sarawat Cup. $250,000 up for grabs and a very competitive field of 18 over the 1,200 metre trip on the dirt course. We'll be turning our attentions back to turf, or to turf, for the remainder of the card after this, but 1,200 metres, a very competitive contest. So, runners and riders headed by Irad Ortiz Jr. and Abba Al-Maali. 2 is Abo Saeed, Abdullah Al-Kredis. Number 3, Azil Al-Katir, Fahad Al-Faradi. Number 4 is Al-Frindad, Mohammed Al-Yami. 5 is Al-Katani for Luis Morales. 6, Al-Madagi out of Adel Al-Faradi. 7 is Al-Majtham for Abdullah Al-Farouz. 8, Aziz Fahad Ali Al-Mutib. Number 9 is Ella Alamam for Ricardo Ferreira, and 10, Cavalu, Alexis Moreno. 11, Najam Saitar, mount of Abdullah Alchemis. 12 is Shanas, Abdullah Al-Lorfi. 13, Tawakkal Bala, Mohammed Al-Hubail. 14 is Tufan Najd, Asil Al-Sahani. 15, Wayek, Aid Al-Tarisi. Number 16 is Anna Al-John Yabaya for Camillo Ospina. 17, Asmat Joel Rosario, and 18, Tatahat Najd for Mohammed Al-Daham. So Mohammed keeping going as the rest of the international jockeys have a race off here, although some of them actually do take them out. I think there's one for Mikel in somewhere. Anyway, let's concentrate on the horses once again in company with Tom Collins. Big field for us to get through, so let's start straight away with one of the leading chances.
Yeah, an interesting ride for Irad Ortiz Jr. here in Abba Al-Maali. Produced a strong finish to win his maiden over the 1,400 metres in January. Only got going late over 1,600 metres last time, so maybe this trip is a little too sharp. Gate 17 provides a bit of a headache for Irad too.
Abu Saeed is next, number 2.
Another deep closer in this field, yet to win in 6 races. The form doesn't really stack up for this one, I have to admit. Rated just 71, has upwards of £20 to find with the protagonist in here. Unlikely to get involved.
Number 3, Aze Al-Katir, already being mounted in the paddock to walk round.
An impressive victory over 1,400 metres in the JCSA Cup last time, when just in behind the pace early. Could adopt similar tactics, likely to be quite forward in this race, and should be strong late over the 1,200 metres. Definitely not without a chance.
Number 4 is Al-Frindad, one of the lesser lights in the field, is that fair?
Yeah, I would say so. 2 wins from 7 starts, but the last victory came in a 0-65 handicap over 1,400 metres. Was firmly put in his place by Ayaz Al-Katir when 6th last time out.
Al-Katani is next, the mount of Luis Morales.
Unbeaten in 2 starts over this trip and won a local trial despite enduring a wide passage. Nice looking horse, sizeable. The issue here is that the draw, gate 18 for Al-Katani, but won the trial, as I say, so should go pretty close against this group.
Okay, number 6 is Al-Madagi.
Definitely the horse to beat, Al-Madagi, horse number 6, rated 91. Both career victories over 1,600 metres. I suppose that provides a little bit of a negative, considering they're running over the 1,200 today. But finished 3rd in a domestic Group 1, the King Abdulaziz Cup last time, and should be pretty tough to beat now, cutting back against weaker opposition.
Number 7 is Al-Majtham.
Yet to win in 12 outings. Looks outclassed with just an official rating of 67.
Okay, so number 8 is Aziz Fahad.
Placed on the last 3 outings, but winless in 4 in his career. Lots left under pressure, as proven in the last 2 sales races. Again, others are preferred.
El Alamam, better chance?
Better chance. Won 3 of the 4 outings. Is a strong traveller. Best suited to this trip and not 1,400 metres, which was the distance of the last success. Finished 10th of 12 last time over the 1,600, when quite clearly didn't stay. Dangerous if able to sit prominent from gate 12.
Okay, number 10 is Cavalu.
Unexposed type, finished 2nd to Ayaz Al-Katir last time when weakening in the latter part of the race. Should go forward and could be the early pace setter.
Najam Saitar in the green colours with the dark central stripe.
Broke through at the 6th attempt in a 0-75 handicap over 1,600 metres 3 weeks ago. Now drops down in distance, which might not be a positive.
Number 12 is Shanas in the striped colours.
Finished 2nd in the local trial for this, behind Al-Katani, who reopposes. Stayed well that day and wants further. Draw isn't ideal, but he'll be packing a punch in the latter part of this contest.
Okay, so Tawakkal Bala.
Yes, third of 15 and 0 to 65 handicap last time. The sole win came over 1600 and doesn't meet the credentials needed to win this race.
So that's number 13. Number 14, Tufan Najid.
Made a winning debut over the course and distance. Third of 11 behind Al Klatani in the local trial last time. Another horse in here who wants to be on the speed, Tufan Najd, and has drawn well.
So that's number 14. Number 15 is Wayak.
Winless in 6 attempts, but placed on 3 outings, twice over this course and distance. Big career best is needed to win this, given an official rating of just 66.
And Anna Aljonjibaya.
Emphatic debut winner at Taif, but form hasn't really worked out. Finished last of 12 in the Group 1 King Abdulaziz Cup last time. Unexposed, but needs to bounce back.
Asmat.
Speedy filly, another one that wants to be on the pace. Hasn't got home over 1,600 metres on her last 3 starts. Never run over this distance, but a 1,400 metre form is solid, and she has to come into consideration.
And last but certainly not least, Tata Hat Najd.
A 7-race maiden, makes very little appeal on form, but in a wide open race like this, anything can happen.
OK, they're making their way down towards the 1,200 metre start, which is midway down the back straight. As Tom mentioned, a shorter run to the first turn, so even though you can travel wide on this track, stall 18, for example, could be a little bit of a problem for Al Khatani, but let's see how they fare. They're at the post. We'll be back to chat about their chances in a moment or two. So 1,200 metres. Getting a position important here? Do they tend to be run from the front, even though, you know, it's a biggish field?
I would say generally you want to be forwardly placed. It's only a short run to that first turn, around maybe 350 metres, 400 metres to the first turn. However, in a big field like this, there is going to be a lot of vying for position, and that can lead to the forward-going types going a little bit too hard. So maybe just sitting off of it in that 3 to 4 wide kind of passage around that home turn could be the sweet spot.
Okay, because you've caught quite a bit of kickback in this contest. Don't say kickback on this track isn't so severe. It's a mixture of wood chip and quite fine sand. But as we saw from the jockey cam, if you get behind a wall of them, then it can be tricky. So again, early pace in this contest.
Yeah, the early pace in here should come from Cavalier, the 10 horse. Shows lots of early speed, draws 7. Alexis Moreno, one of the most aggressive riders in the field regarding tactics. I would be surprised if Cavalier wasn't forwardly placed. Maybe Tufan Naj, the 14, will also go forward. That horse can hang left, but draws gate 3, which means she should be able to ride the rail.
Mohamed Al Madam, who's going pretty well. I think just checking through, was he the only one actually to have a ride here from... There's no...
Yes,
Hale doesn't have a ride, does he? So he's the only one who's continuing to ride as the rest sit out. We'll be transferring to the turf course after that. There's a look at Al Madagi and the green colours for Najm Saitar, who is a grey, although not officially so in the race book, but definitely grey. And Tufan Najda, who I think may well be forward. So an ideal draw, I suppose it depends on your run style. You don't want to be drawn inside if you're a tracker, but you don't really want to be drawn outside unless you're going to go forward or back.
I would say a middle draw is preferable. The jockey will have a choice then of where to put their horse in the early part of the race. Al Madagi is the horse to beat in here. Draws gate 6, which I think is, well, I mean, it would be perfect really, except for the fact that Cavalier draws 7. Adel Alfredi will just need to be kind of paying attention to his outside in the early part of the race, but if he can find a nice stalking role, Al Madagi has the proven quality to win this race, the stamina to come through late in the contest, and a very, very good rider in Adel Alfredi. He, in my opinion, is the best local-born rider that we'll see today, and hopefully he shows it on the track.
Yes, so he will have chances, of course, in the domestic races early on tomorrow as well. We have the moving of one of those races to race number 3 on the card, and as a result we'll be having the international handicap a little bit later on in the card as well. No move yet to load any of the runners into the stalls. There's Aze Al Kahir and the bottom one, Tatahat Najd.
I could talk briefly about Aze Al Kahir, who is ridden by the other Alfredi brother. Farhad Alfredi takes the mount on this gelding. He was so impressive in Cup Company last time. He looks like a horse that's definitely going to be taking steps forward in his development. Again, he is likely to sit just in behind the pace in the early stages. It will be no surprise if the Alfredi brothers were right next to each other and then look to make their move at the same time. Both of these two horses, Aze Al Kahir and Al Madagi, are strong stayers. I would make it between the pair. Whoever gets the better trip in the early part of the race might be the one that is celebrating crossing the line.
So the runners about to make their way into the stalls. We actually saw, of course, the width of those stalls a moment or two ago, and just how far out you are. And of course, if you're also drawn on the outside, particularly 18, 17, you veer to the right.
Yes.
You know, the natural inclination of all horses drawn on the outside is just to jump away slightly from the pack. That's get even more.
Exactly. I would say it's normally a positive to be drawn wide, but this 1,200 metre distance might be the one anomaly, purely because that first turn comes up soon, and if they do go hard up front and you're on a forward-going type, you're going to be ended up pitching 5-6 wide around that turn.
Najm Saitar moving forward, one of the first to go into the starting stalls. You can see a light breeze that's largely into their faces up the home straight. Don't think it's material enough to make too much of a difference. Moving forward there is Asmart as well. It's the horse with the red cap. Al Madagi is waiting. Aziz Fahad is already in stall 11 as well. Moving forward we have Aze Al Kahir. Majdam as well moving in. Moving forward there, Anna Al-Non-Jabaya, Camilo Espino, veteran round here.
Yes, I spoke to Camilo just before racing began today, and he's going to be crowned the leading jockey later on this afternoon. And yeah, he's had a very good year. He'll be hoping to ride a winner over the next 2 days for sure.
Alfred Dad was also in the stalls. There's one of the leading chances, Al Madagi, going into stall number 6. Haven't got too many more to load. You can see Al Kathani's out the back, and also Shanas. And those two may well be the last as Al Kathani prepares to load into the outside stall. You can see the break of stall 14 as well. Oh, we've got one out the front. Abu Saeed has come out the front, and Now that's going to lead to a little bit of a delay here, because Abu Said very, very quickly picked up by an outrider.
The outriders here are phenomenal, Richard. I have to say, I've seen this numerous times during the regular season, and they are straight on it. They get the horses back as soon as they possibly can. The vet will check over Abu Said and hopefully go back into the side.
So you can actually run, because in the UK, for example, once you break out the front, you can't. But so we would be hopeful that the outrider picked up the horse after literally a couple of hundred metres there. Abu Said, as I say, quick check over the vet. They are taking a few of them out, though, on the outside stalls. See if they take any more out. But a few of those just came out, I presume, towards the outside, to
provide a space for the horse to go back round behind the stalls.
So yes, so you may well just have to move that outside section, or
yes,
at least take some horses out. He's got round the back anyway. But yes, I see exactly what you were saying there. They took the outside running rail out, I think, to give them a little bit more room. But they did take out probably 4 horses that were drawn towards the outside there. So Ella Alamam, Abu Said, we're waiting as well for Al-Kathani. As they load, so 4 to go. Abba Al-Mayali is one of those that's going in. Riyadh Ortiz Jr. So the last 2 to head forward here are Shanas and Al-Kathani to complete the line for this Sarawat Cup. And they're moving in 1,200 metres, and they are off and racing. And early on, Tahat Najd is one of the first to show, and also making a prominent position is Al Madagi. Right down the centre, Kabalu is also racing in a prominent position. Reading wider out, Abba Al-Mayali is not too far away, and also the striped colours of Shanas, with wider out, Al-Kathani trying to get in. Just behind on the leaders, on the rails, is Tufan Najda, and also prominent is Aiz Al-Kahir. So on the rails, it is Tufan Najda of Aiz Al-Kahir, and then Al-Madagi towards the outside with Kabalu. Striped colours next of Shanas. Just tracking the leaders is Asmart in the red cap, just ahead of Anna Al-Onjabaya. Round the outside, trying to make a little bit of progress, Al-Kathani. Second half of the field are getting broken apart here slightly, with Tawakkal Bala trying to make some ground. Meanwhile, up front, it's Tufan Najdi who has the lead, with Al-Madagi in the blue colours, and between the pair is Aiz Al-Katir. Trying to make some ground is Al-Kathani, in company as well with Asmart, both in the same colours, red cap for Asmart, but it's Al-Madagi for Adel Al-Faradi, who has gone clear by a couple of lengths. Aiz Al-Katir is in pursuit, in company with Asmart. Down the outside is Al-Kathani. But it's Al-Madagi who's home in front. Al-Dagi for Adel Al-Faradi. Beats in the second place Aiz Al-Katir. Racing in third was Asmart, and they were clear of the others. Held in by Al-Kathani, who raced in fourth place, and Abu Al-Mayali was just behind those leaders in roundabout fifth place. So success for Al-Madagi, given a positive mention by Tom beforehand. Adel Al-Faradi took control 200 metres out and held off Aiz Al-Katir for his brother. 1-2 for the Al-Faradi brothers there. Back in third place, it was quite a respectful distance back to Asmart. And then in fourth place, Al-Kathani, who actually ran well from a very wide gate. Kabalu did hold on for fifth place as Abba Al-Mayali closed amongst horses. Tufan Najd on the inside, couldn't quite see it through, and Anna Al-Njabaya. This was the key moment, about 400 metres out, when well, it wasn't one brother taking off the other, actually, because still there on the inside was Tufan Najd, but the race was settled relatively quickly.
Yeah, I thought it was a great ride from Adel, getting this horse forwardly placed from the outset. Has that proven stamina over 1,600 metres. He was way the horse to beat coming into this contest today. The main worry was he going to get too far back in the early stages? That didn't happen. And you could tell it means a lot to Adel. Look, this guy is a numerous champion jockey here in Saudi Arabia. This season has not gone ideal for him. He's had a couple of bans throughout the year and not tallied the amount of winners he usually would. And winning at this meeting, massive.
Yeah, because you're the big gun in town for many years, and all of a sudden all these international names, you're not in the International Jockeys Challenge either. So as a result, your options today are limited. But he won by 3.5 lengths in a time of 1:13.67. Aiz Al-Katir, number 3, was second. 17 Asmart was third, and 5 Al-Kathani, who, as I say, ran well because it wasn't easy from that gate. You could see how wide he was being forced. He stuck to the task, and there'll probably be more races to be won with him. And Kabalu, who was another one that was in the front rank. There weren't that many that really closed off strongly outside that front bunch.
Being forwardly placed is a massive advantage. I think we've realised that today. It's very difficult to come from a long way back in the field. If you're in that first flight or even the second flight, you're fine. But if you're too far back, you just cannot make the ground up into a race that is usually dominated by horses on the speed. So for the remainder of this card, on dirt this is, and looking ahead to tomorrow, I think you want to be looking at prominent racers or horses that can make a move on the turn.
So Al-Madagi it is who wins our fourth race, the Sarawat Cup. A reminder, our next contest will be the third leg of the International Jockeys Challenge, and for the first time this evening we will be heading onto the turf course, and it will be 1,200 metres for leg number 3 and our fifth race of the evening.
You went from stall 6, you saw him in a handy position, 4 of them going around the bend together, and then that brilliantly timed injection of pace. And a word marker came down the yard. And the word makes his way toward Martin and Bloomberg. They do indeed take a break. It's not taking time in for all reasons. This is being somewhat represented by 70. Welcome to the Women's Podium. Brilliant Parkinati Partnership Director here at the Jockey of Saudi Arabia, doing the presentation to the executive of 4 6 Al Manji. Congratulations go to Abdul Aziz Al-Mustafa.
هنا لعبيكم هنا فوق السماء.
So our fifth race is leg 3 of the International Jockeys Challenge. So let's remind you where we are as regards the leaderboard. It is, once again, last year's winner, Mohammed Al-Daham, who heads them. He has my map in this race. Probably not one of the leading chances. Safi Osborne is on 15 points, along with Nina Baltrame. Both of those courtesy of wins. Just looking at the relative chance today, none of those are on really good front rank horses here. Better chance maybe for Frida Valaskar, who's got 10 points. Forest Boyce has 7, 6 for Flavien Prat, 4 for Keita Tasaki and 2 for Marie Velon are the 8 riders that have scored so far. So we switch to the turf course here, and they're heading out already for the 1200 metre contest. And the runners and riders are as follows. Number 1 is Fear Not, the mount of Billy Lochnan. 2, Medhar, Luis Morales. And number 3 is Shanko, in the red and black colours for Marie Velon. Number 4 is Uncle, Dylan Brown McMonagle. 5 is Hadges, the mount of Frida Valaskar. And 6, Praetorian, Mikel Barcelona. Number 7 is Inhimir for Keita Tasaki. And 8, Antelope Canyon, mount of Holly Doyle. Number 9 is Shayek, the mount of Nina Baltrame. 10 is Snafire for Flavien Prat. 11, Yofavik Allah for Forest Boyce. 13 is My Map. Reminder 12 is the non-runner, Mohammed Al-Daham. Number 14 is Voltar for Safi Osborne. And 15, the promoted reserve Malian, who is the mount of Angela Jones. She switches to that particular horse. So runners heading out onto the course. Let's just have a quick chat while they go to the start. We didn't get a chance to have a look at them in detail in the paddock. How do you see this race unfolding, and what's the difference between the turf course and the dirt course here in Riyadh?
Yeah, well, the turf course, obviously being inside the dirt course, means that the turn isn't as sweeping. It also means that races can develop a little bit earlier because of the tight nature of the track. I think being forwardly placed is fine. It's not as much of an advantage as it is on dirt. However, you do want to be riding the rail. Covering too much ground on the turf track can be a negative, whereas on dirt, being wide is no problem at all.
OK, so we're paying a little bit more attention to the draw. There are only 14 of them, but nonetheless, as we saw, that's one bank of stalls, and you could be drawn pretty wide. So Uncle, for example, is drawn in stall 14 for Dylan Brown McMonagle. You sort of need a defined run style there, forward or back, but not really caught in midfield and caught deep.
And that is his running style.
Is it?
Caught in midfield.
Okay.
So it'll be interesting with Uncle what they do. But look, he has the proven quality. He finished 8th in the 1351 turf sprint on Saudi Cup Day last year. And this is obviously a 0 to 100 handicap, so it's much weaker. However, that gate is going to be a major problem, and for that reason, I think you have to overlook Dylan Brown McMonagle's charge. OK, so who would be fresh off 1, 2, 3, I think, in the last race? Yes.
So so what are we looking at here?
I think the two main players are probably Snafia, who doesn't draw well in 11, but has the proven quality. Made most and finished second in this race last year, just weakened in the latter part. If Flavien Prat can get Snafia out into the lead from gate 11, kind of negate that draw, then Snafia will be very tough to beat. However, if you ask me for a play, it would be Shanko. Draws gate 2, perfect inside post, course and distance specialist, super consistent, and actually won on this turf track in an open race last time over the 1351, beating Fear Not, who reopposes today. But I love this distance for Shanko. Shanko's going to be strong in the latter part of the race, Richard, and hopefully you're calling him flying down the outside. OK, so Shanko is the hope of Tom, and we'll be back to chat them into the stalls in a moment or two's time.
So everyone's about to load forward. We've had a couple of successes for lady riders today. What do you make of Angela Jones getting a promoted reserve as opposed to the amount she was originally on? Was that a plus or a minus?
I think it's a positive for her, actually. Maya Leia, who was the original ride, was unexposed, only run on turf once, and was underwhelming in that one effort. Whereas Malyan, 5 from 19, best efforts have probably come over further, and this trip could be a touch sharp for Angela Jones's mount. But Malyan has solid form and could be well handicapped.
Yeah. Big day for lots of these people who've travelled far and wide. She's come further than most, so
yes.
it would be good if she could get on the board. In Emma moving forward for Keita Tasaki. For those just joining us, remind us of where you expect the pace to come from.
I think the pace will come from Snafia, who finished second in this race last year. She might finish second again this time around. I am hoping, though, that Shanko can sit just in behind the leaders, and that might be the sweet spot in this race.
OK, Voltar going forward for Safi Osborne. Black cap there on Antelope Canyon for Holly Doyle. Once again, colours 4 in the colours of Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Malek Al Sabah. The green and white jacket. There is one of the greys, which is My Map moving forward. And we'll then have Medhar, and on the outside, Uncle to go forward. And that will complete the line for this 1200-metre International Jockeys Challenge third round. Presented by J Event. Medhar moves forward. And that means that the 14 runners over the 1200 metres are all loaded away, and they break from the stalls. Slightly squeezed out was Medhar as they race through the first furlong or so, and well to the fore is Voltar, and also towards the inside Praetorian. They're being hunted up by Snafia, white cap wider out, and the grey Inima. So as they settle down, Praetorian in the blue, the grey Inima, then racing on the inside is Shanko, getting the trail into the race. Out a little wider, the white cap of Snafia, trying to overcome that wide draw with Antelope Canyon. Racing in mid-division is Fear Not, who's on the inside of the grey Voltar, who's now back in midfield. A little bit wider out is Shayek, and then behind these towards the inside of the field is Hajez. White and blue colours as they begin the turn for home, Yubak Alwal, and also towards the back of the pack at this stage is Uncle from that wide out gate with My Map. So Praetorian has the lead, Inima with Shanko being ridden along on the inside. Then towards the outside, the red cap of Fear Not, but out in the lead, Praetorian has gone 3 lengths clear here as they race inside the final couple hundred metres. Praetorian for Mikel Barcelona. Inima is in second place, not much getting it in from behind. Hajez is staying on, and Medhar, but Praetorian is an absolute mile clear as they run up towards the line. Praetorian wins. Medhar will just, I think, get up for second. Third place will go to Hajez, inside Inima, and maybe in fifth place at Voltar. Praetorian absolutely routed them. For Mikel Barcelona has won by a good 5 or 6 lengths. Medhar, who wasn't the best away, maybe had some excuse in finishing second. Not so much for the rest. Very few getting involved. Praetorian has won. Absolutely streeted them. Views were that Medhar had beaten Hajez second and third. I think it's that way round. Points on the board in the Challenge Series. Inima more for Keita Tasaki, and Voltar could be a crucial couple of points there for Safi Osborne. Shanko held every chance on the inside at this point, but Praetorian, who broke well from stall number 1, he just ran right away from them.
He did. He got a lovely trip through. I thought it was a great measured ride off the front by Mikel Barcelona, who's ridden here a few times during the regular season. And once he asked Praetorian for more effort, this colt really scampered clear. Third victory this season for Praetorian. Looks like a horse firmly on the up.
And I think the most useful points there as well are going to be for Frida Valaskar, who's got 10. That puts her, I think, on 17. Safi Osborne's on 17. And Mohammed Aldahan, I think, is also on 17. So there's plenty to play for, because there are a few others who can still win from further back in the field. So in 3 previous seasons, it's all been done and dusted. But it certainly isn't this time. We will obviously confirm the actual points before the last leg, but Praetorian won by 6 lengths in 109.72. Medhar was second, so first points on the board for Mikel Barcelona and Luis Morales. Hajez was third, Frida Valaskar. Inima was fourth, another 4 points for Keita Tasaki, and Voltar, a couple of points there for Safi Osborne, so might be quite important for her in 5th place. Praetorian the winner there for Mikel Barcelona. Ahmed Al-Wahed in the blue colours, coming out to win by a mile. Have a little while to go before they get back. Obviously the turf course, you end up coming back.
Well, this horse has absolutely bolted up. Mikel Barcelona, who had a tremendous 2025. He's been to Riyadh plenty of times throughout his career, and he's on the board. That was a hugely dominant display, but crucially, Mikel, in the International Jockeys Challenge, that's put you firmly into the picture. But firstly, the horse and the manner of that victory, he's blown them away.
Yeah, exactly. He broke very well from the gate. From the other one, the front runner, it was a big help. And yeah, I've been able to give him a little brave and ask him to pick up clear.
Yeah, he's rising through the ranks as well. That's his third win on the bounce. Did you expect a performance of that magnitude there?
The connection was very... they expected a huge run from him, especially with the draw and the good horses with a wide draw. So, no, everything went on the plan.
And all eyes on the International Jockeys Challenge now. On the back of that win, you're firmly in the picture.
Well, we need a good run in the next race.
I'm sure you'll get it. Well done, Mikel.
Thank you.
Mikel Barcelona returning to scale. A couple of things to look at. Medhar, I thought live in the call, just got a little bit of a squeeze early on. And Tom, you mentioned that Hadjes seems to have cut up a couple, including Snafire, up the home straight. So on the replay, we'll try and look at those two in case that stewards do wish to have a look or take any action, because obviously that would impact the points we have on the board. 1,200 metres. Praetorian in stall one. You mentioned don't want to cover ground. Never went round a horse.
No, Mikel broke nicely on this horse, who has actually made most in the two previous starts, but in weaker company. 0 to 90 handicap and 0 to 95. Stepped up to 0 to 100 today, and this was a clear career best. Mikel was keen again to set the pace but not go too hard, and it proved to be the right tactic. Just scampered clear in the latter part, and this is quite clearly career best. This horse, Richard, began his career for Archie Watson in the UK and is now making hay over here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it's quite a few horses of Archie's that have made their way over. I noticed we had horse in the first, but I think Praetorian literally just bumped out in front and
never saw another rival.
Well, literally never saw another rival. I think you might have had the jockey cam on, which isn't great in a way, because you learn what it's like to ride 1,200 metres, but not much else. There you go. This is Mikel Barcelona. That's all you're going to see, really. A very similar shot round the bend. He never sees another horse in terms of anything else there. So Praetorian out in the lead. You don't even see the challenge of anything else, really, but that's it. So he was clear. Inima was in second place. We didn't get to see the start there, but Medhar got a bump and was back in the field. Green Cat last on the right-hand side in shot. Ran quite a big race to finish in second. Let's try and tee up the incident you feel may occur. It's on the inside running rail for Hadjes.
Yeah, in the red silks with the white cap. You can see that Frida Velascar has a lot of horse under her at this stage, just on the right side of your screen. If you watch Shayak, who's got Snafia, sorry, with the white cap, green sleeves, you'll now see that Frida ducks right with Hadjes and goes right in front of Flavien Prat, which causes a stumble just in the midfield here. Ducks right, Snafia
yes.
Stumbles. And
yes, good shot, good spot. I didn't see that in the run at all, but you're right, she was full of horse.
We should say that it's still a provisional result. I presume that the stewards are looking at this incident, as it's not an official result as of yet. That incident was quite notable.
So Praetorian it is who has won. We'll keep you posted as to whether there is anything that they're looking at. I think you'll probably find Snafire, Flavien was aware and was taking the horse back. Doesn't make... Here we go. So, right. Jockey, white cap, next door Snafire. You can see that Frida's looking where to go. And it's quite a nasty stumble by Snafire. So Snafire's then eased right down. So we will see whether or not that leads to any action.
The result has been made official.
Has been made official. Okay,
yes,
so there may well be a ban of some description.
Yes.
Or a fine.
But no result change.
But no result change. So, as a result, that puts Frida right in the mix as well. But whichever way you cut that, the best horse won.
Yes.
By 6 lengths. Definitely everything front runner drawn stall won. Mikel Barcelona moves on to 15 points. We'll update you with a leaderboard before the running of our final leg, but it is very, very close indeed. There are at least 3 riders, I think, on 17 points and at least 2 riders on 15 points. So the last race is going to be very, very significant indeed. And I suppose in theory, any rider that has even 2 points possibly can win, but realistically there are at least half a dozen. Luis Morales with 10 in that particular contest also puts his name in the frame as well. So one more race to come in terms of the Jockeys Challenge. That's on turf, 2100 metres, so it is round just over 1 complete circuit of the track. And we'll be back with that in round about 15 minutes time for our 6th race and our final leg of the International Jockeys Challenge. So I mentioned when we left after our previous contest that things were very much up for grabs heading into the last leg of the Jockeys Challenge, and that is definitely the case here. Safi Osborne, Mohamed Al-Daham and Frida Valaskar all have 17 points. Nina Baltrame 15, Mikel Barcelona 15, 10 for Luis Morales and 8 for Keita Tasaki, 7 for Forrest Boyce, 6 for Flavien Prat. Remind it's 15 points for a win, 10 for a second, 7 for third, 4 and 2. So those permutations leave all sorts of potential winners here, that it is going to be extremely difficult to work out live who is going to win this in the run. Obviously a win for any of the top 3 would be sufficient. In fact, a win for any of the top 5 would be enough, because the second rider could only get 10 points. So here we go. Number 1 is Candyman Stan for Safi Osborne. 2 Miyagi, 3 Kontar, who we think is going to wear a red cap. That's a change from some publications on number 3, Kontar. 4 is Arpenteur. So Kontar's ridden by Marie Vellon. 4 is Arpenteur for Mohamed Al-Daham. 5 Eben Shaddad, Forrest Boyce. 6 Cool Legend, Holly Doyle. And 7 Aluqual for Billy Lochnan. 8 Loch Derg, Angela Jones. 9 Meblesh, Flavien Prat. 10 Year of the Dragon, Mikel Barcelona. Number 11 is Causeway, Keita Tasaki. 12 is Cortez Bay, Frida Valaskar. 13 Loganini for Dylan Brown McMonagle. And 14 Alcanzar for Nina Baltrame. So runners in the paddock. Let's start with Candyman Stan. Can the Candyman?
He can. He's a 2-time winner over this trip for trainer Andrew Balding in the UK. He was purchased for 35,000 guineas back in October. He won his local debut before finishing down the field in listed company last time. Now he drops back into a 0 to 100 handicap. He is the mount of Safi Osborne, who does currently lead. I know it says joint first, but on countback she currently leads. She'll be hoping that Candyman Stan can secure her place as number 1.
So there is Safi Osborne. There are the 2 riders, and that confirms that's the red cap on Kontar, because Marie Vellon is equipped, and that's number 3. So on to number 2, Miyagi, Luis Morales, who actually he can still win.
Yes,
and he's got a chance here.
Yeah, Miyagi rocketed home from off the pace to win this exact race 12 months ago under Rachel King. Only been seen once since, which is a slight concern, and that was a mediocre run, but it was on dirt in December. £6 higher now than from the win 12 months ago. Has fitness concerns, but clearly loves this course and distance.
It's Miyagi, who is number 2. So the other in this ownership, Kontar, as you mentioned, Marie Vellon.
Yes, 2 from 44, far from prolific here, but did finish runner-up in the Red Sea Turf qualifier last time. Hit with a £17 rise for finishing second that day, and obviously that came over 3,000 metres. This 2,100 metres might be a little bit too sharp for him.
Okay, so that's Kontar. Number 4 is Arpenteur for Mohamed Al-Daham, bidding to retain his title, giving it a good shot, isn't he? He
is indeed. Arpenteur has finished 4th of 10 in the course and distance handicap in December. Again, it's much like Kontar in the fact that he's better suited by 3,000 metres. There is a good chance that he could be caught flat-footed, but Mohamed Al-Daham will know that. He's ridden this horse before, and I imagine he's going to be forwardly placed.
Eben Shaddad, number 5 for Forrest Boyce.
The best ride for Forrest Boyce today. Big career best effort when stepped up to this trip last time. Routed his opposition on that occasion. Surprisingly only raised £10, considering other horses were raised higher for finishing second in this field. But that might not stop him. I think he's going to go close.
Okay, so Eben Shaddad, and a win would move Forrest on to 22 points. So the other riders would need to finish in the first 2 positions to pass her. Number 6 is Cool Legend, Mount of Holly Dog, yet to get on the board so far this evening.
Another 3,000 metre turf specialist, stays all day this horse. Was runner-up to Arpenteur over this distance 2 starts back. 5th in the Red Sea Turf qualifier last time, probably doesn't have the pace for this trip.
Number 7 is Aluqual, the mount of Billy Lochnan.
Well beaten and listed and open company over this course and distance this season. Is better suited to dirt. Looks like Connections have just tried to find a spot on this rich 2 days for him. He's a closer.
Angela Jones is aboard Loch Derg the Grey.
12th of 14 in the Neom Turf qualifier here last time over course and distance. Has won 0 to 90 and 0 to 95 handicaps over the track and trip this season though, and can't be dismissed despite his wide draw.
Okay, they're beginning to head out, but number 9 is Mablesh for Flavien Prat.
Rated 90 in England when trained by Richard Hannon. Winless in 3 local runs. Was caught wide last time out over the course and distance and was eased down in the latter part. Drawn better this time, but it's a little bit difficult to trust on recent showings.
Year of the Dragons in the striped colours. Mikel Barcelona could go back to back.
Another strong staying turf specialist, kind of the opposite of Praetorian in the previous race. I think Mikel's going to be riding this one quiet. Has fallen down the weights to a workable mark of 94 and should benefit for the switch back to turf.
quickly battle through the other 4 as they're heading out, but who would have the best chance of those rear 4?
I suppose Cortez Bay, an Irish import who didn't get home over the course and distance earlier this year, but has run against some nice horses. Causeway's a dirt horse, Luganini's a strong stayer, and Alcanzar was runner-up to Evan Shaddad over this course and distance on the penultimate outing.
So runners heading down on the dirt course at the top of the home run. They'll make their way through the little gap. The 2100 metre start is round about, I would say, 350 metres or so. Maybe not quite that far. Let's see if I can check out the distances. No, it'd be more 250 metres, and then 1 complete circuit of the turf course. The final leg of the International Jockeys Challenge. The runners are heading to post. We'll be back with a quick chat before they enter the stalls. So runners have assembled down at the start for this 2100 metres. I would say there's a run of what we're looking at, 300, yeah, maybe as much as 500-600 metres to that first turn. So draw of slightly less advantage here, or still just want to be not covering ground?
I would say the draw isn't a defining factor over this trip, as much as it would be over 1200 or anything from 1351. Over this distance, you can break from wide and still win. You can break inside and still win. It's all about finding the ideal position. And as you say, it's around a 500, 550 metre run to the first turn. That is crucial. Everyone looks at the end of the race to find the winner, but actually the start of the race is key over this distance.
Okay, and what are you looking to do? Just avoid getting held wide? Is it as simple as that?
You
really?
don't want to be wide, and you don't want to be too far back. Races can develop early on this distance over the far side, but again, I think the stalking role, if you can save ground against the rail, would be ideal. There is 2 turns over this trip as well on the turf track. And look, you don't want to be 3-4 wide on the turns because the horse is just going to get tired on their lead, and in the latter part of the race they won't have that kick.
Turf course is inside the dirt course here, running of just over 400 metres. So again, being able to kick off the front around that turn, obviously it always depends on the overall pace, but unless they've gone hard, we saw it a little bit with Praetorian at 1200 metres. If you've got anything left to kick off that bend, you don't have that long to reel those sorts of horses back in.
No, but this is a kind of race where you will see, I imagine, a couple of horses go forward, try to establish an early advantage, maybe down the back straight, open up 2-3 lengths on the field. That's generally the way that these 2100 metre turf races develop. And then you'll see the horses then that were in stalking and closing positions try to move on that final turn. And that final turn will define who are going to be the players in the latter part of the race. If you do have that kick, it is actually quite wise to use it early on the turf track over this kind of distance rather than late coming off the home turn in a sprint.
OK, so that's Luganini walking forward. That is the red cap of Quantar. Where would you expect the pace to come from?
It's a good question because most of these are closing types. I do think Ebn Shaddad will be forwardly placed based on what we saw last time. As I say, the majority of these actually want further, 3,000 metres. So the early speed can be quite difficult to work out. Maybe Meblesh could go up there as well. But I think this race, regardless of who goes forward, is going to go to either Ebn Shaddad or Candyman Stan, and both of those jockeys will be hoping that their horses can provide themselves big points in this final race in the Jockey Challenge.
Yeah, Candyman Stan, Safi Osborne, 17 points. So basically, if Safi Osborne on Candyman Stan wins, Mohammed Al-Daham wins on Arpenteur, Frida Ballascal on Cortez Bay, and the two on 15, Mikel Barcelona and Year of the Dragon. There's one other on 15, Nina Baltrame on Alcanzar. If any of those win, they win. If they don't, it gets messy.
It does.
So last couple going forward. Luganini heads in, and that red cap of Quantar for Marie Bellon. And last is Ebn Shaddad for Forest Boyce. And she will complete the line. 14 runners for this sixth race and the final leg of the International Jockeys Challenge, presented by J Event. And they are dispatched from the stalls. Quantar missed the start to the tune of 4 or 5 lengths. Candyman Stan is pushed up on the inside and is one of those that shows good early pace. Also racing in a handy position, Cortez Bay and Meblesh as they race through the first couple of furlongs. Just on the outside, as they race past us, the grey Loch Derg is on the outer, and Year of the Dragon is pressing forward as well. So into the turn they head, and it's Meblesh who's going to cross over for Flavian Pratt. Out wider, Loch Derg and Angela Jones press on with things. Year of the Dragon for Mikel Barcelona sits in third. Frida Ballascar with the keen running Cortez Bay, horse with a big white face. Candyman Stan's got a good spot for Safi Osborne, and then reading out to Ebn Shaddad and Arpenteur. Arpenteur the more forward of those two, for Mohammed Al-Daham racing in 6th place. They're followed by Causeway in the white and blue colours. The grey is Cool Legend for Holly Doyle racing quite freely. Then behind these we have Ebn Shaddad in the white cap, and a little bit of a gap to the back three, who include Miyagi, the slow starting Quantar, and Luganini under Dylan Brown McMonagle. So down the back straight they head, and Meblesh for Flavian Pratt getting a sit in now with Loch Derg and Angela Jones in second. Year of the Dragon, Mikel Barcelona just pulls out a little wider in the blue headgear. In 4th place, Candyman Stan, Safi Osborne sitting on the inside, will just need some luck but travels okay. As indeed on the outside as Cortez Bay with the big white face sweeping around the field is Arpenteur. Then behind these is Alucard for Billy Lochnan in the two-tone blue, and the green and white colours of Alcanzar for Nina Ballantrae. So as they make the turn for home, Meblesh, Flavian Pratt, but now Year of the Dragon for Mikel Barcelona looms up. Behind these in 3rd place is Cortez Bay for Frida Ballascar. So Mikel and Frida both with leading chances here as they head up the home run. Meblesh has the lead. Now Year of the Dragon for Mikel Barcelona in 2nd place. In 3rd is Cortez Bay. From the back, Alucard tries to stay on, but it's Year of the Dragon who's moved through for Mikel Barcelona. Down the outside, Cortez Bay. Whichever of these two prevails will land the Jockey's Challenge. Over on the far side, Year of the Dragon trying to get closer. Cortez Bay is edging closer on the run to the line. Year of the Dragon by half a length from Cortez Bay. At the line, Year of the Dragon holds on from Cortez Bay. Meblesh was 3rd, Alucard, then behind these was Causeway. Year of the Dragon, and the 15 points, I think, carries Mikel Barcelona to success with 30 head of Frida Ballascar on 27, and that this was the deciding factor. Whoever got the better of the duel would win the overall prize, and it's back-to-back victories in the last 2 legs for Mikel Barcelona. Year of the Dragon. Cortez Bay gave plenty, having been so keen early. The bits and pieces, Meblesh, Flavian Pratt, 3rd time on the board. Billy Lochnan is off the mark in the challenge, and Causeway for Keita Tasaki also landed the spoils in 3 of the races in regards points. Great duel, not least because the 2 of them had the title up for grabs.
What a race, and well done to Mikel Barcelona, following the footsteps of Luis Saez, Marilyn Eon, and obviously Mohamed Aldaham last year. Brilliant ride on a 3,000 metre strong staying turf specialist. I thought Cortez Bay was going to go and catch him at one point, but this horse wants more distance, and you could see that in the latter part of the race.
Yeah, neck between the 2 at the line. I think in the run, I remember just noting Cortez Bay was a little bit keen at one stage as well. Mikel, as you mentioned, knew he was on a stayer and made that move first.
Yes.
Moved off the rails when the pace steadied. Meblesh, and the horse that was outside Meblesh at that point, just looked to steady it down, and Mikel was wise to that move. Moved up 3 wide, but that proved no obstacle. And back-to-back victories for Mikel in the last 2 legs. Year of the Dragon prevails, and both the turf races go to Mikel, who's had a decent season internationally.
I wonder if the fact that Mikel's been riding here a few times this year, he knows the turf track, knows the dirt track, I wonder if that's helped him. He's had a few big race successes, group successes for the White Stable this campaign, and now he's won the Jockeys Challenge. A great year in Riyadh for Mikel Barcelona too.
And special marks to Frida Valaskar, because unfortunately for her, she's going to go back without actually having ridden a winner. I think it was 2 seconds and a third. But she's acquitted herself really, really well this evening as well, you know, in the frame on 3 of those 4 races.
Yeah, indeed. Global stage against some really, you know, jockeys with huge statuses, and she's come here and she's done a great job. Yes, she hasn't had a winner, but it's all about accumulating points, and she's accumulated a lot of them, but unfortunately come off second best behind Mikel.
2:10.05, a neck between Year of the Dragon and Cortez Bay, that neck deciding the International Jockeys Challenge this time around. Meblesh was 3rd, Alucard was 4th, and Causeway in 5th place. So we'll try and construct a final table for you, but Mikel Barcelona, winner of the last leg, and we believe winner of the overall prize.
Well, drama to the very end. Mikel Barcelona, with that photo finish, has won the International Jockeys Challenge. Congratulations. That was, well, it went right down to the wire, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And I know his horse would like to lead, and we expect strong pace. He ended up with cover today, and it was just, he would walk or not, but actually we got a perfect trip, and he's been very, very tough to win it tonight.
Did you think you were going to see it out, because it got very close at the end?
It was. I expect the wire to be a bit closer than where he is, but he ended up well.
I mean, obviously, we know your achievements on the global scale. You had a tremendous year, but how satisfying is it to come here this evening and win the International Jockeys Challenge against some of the very best riders in the world?
It's always great to be invited to this kind of event, and we know he's a draw, and we need the luck as well. And it's always great to run. We've been riding the race on the dirt completely different than the way we actually ride here, and it's what makes the race is very, very attractive as well. And no, it was great to be there.
Well, you will receive a huge round of applause. Well done. Your 2026 International Jockey Challenge winner is Mikel Barcelona. Congrats.
Mikel Barcelona, back-to-back victories, and those 2 wins, 15 points apiece, were enough to win this year's International Jockeys Challenge with 30 points ahead of Frida Valaskar, who was in 2nd on 27 points. I say sometimes in this it's been done and dusted by the time we got to last. We had plenty in contention, and we had, appropriately enough, a fight between 2 of those that could have won to decide the prize. Great way to finish. So it's always a really fun event, and I know for many of the riders that ride winners here, it's a lifetime achievement. I remember some of the early riders, Sybil Vogt, for example, just saying how high it ranked on her CV, if you like, for places to have won a race.
Absolutely, it's a glorious venue here. Obviously 4 good races, because we've got 2 on turf over different distances, 2 on dirt over different distances. It really is the test of a good jockey. And yes, obviously there's a bit of luck in the draw of which horse they get to ride, but a jockey with talent can pull through on any horse, and Mikel Barcelona today has shown his versatility. He's won a turf sprint, he's won a staying contest on the turf. Frida Valaskar rode some great races on dirt and on turf today, and there were numerous other jockeys that have had highlight victories on this card this evening. A really good battle, and as you say, normally it does kind of seem to filter its way out after 2 races. Today it was completely up for grabs, and it was Mikel Barcelona who came through.
So delighted connections I should point out it's $400,000 US purse for this particular contest, so it means a lot in its own right. But Year of the Dragon for Mikel Barcelona is the winner for Arab Stable. So this is the start, stall 12, and Year of the Dragon. The one point out was Quantar's race was almost run from the stalls, missed it by 5 or 6 lengths.
Yeah, broke slowly and it was game over. The same for Miyagi, actually. Both of those two horses were slowly away, as was Luganini, and it's very difficult to win from far back in the field. None of those 3 horses figured. You can see that Year of a Dragon is up there with the pace, 3 wide at this stage, but Mikel's going to save some ground in a second.
This is where Moses Cortez Bay was just a little bit keen on heels, easy to spot because the horse with the big white face ends up in the middle of the second wave. But you can see there is just pulling a little bit, and when you're beaten so narrowly, you just wonder whether that's sort of expending energy. But right behind Year of the Dragon, they're both well placed.
Yeah, I thought Frida did a good job to settle him, but as you say, like, he's doing a touch too much, isn't he, at this stage? He's in a good spot in 5th in the early part, so it wasn't necessarily a position fault. It was just that he was exuding too much energy. And talking of positions, Mikel must have been extremely happy at this point. Just in behind the 2 leaders, travelling beautifully, and he knew that this horse had plenty of stamina, Year of the Dragon. So it was a case of, is there going to be a horse that can sweep around the outside and pin him in, or is Mikel going to make that first move? Yeah,
and we mentioned that he's probably following a horse that he doesn't overly fancy, not one of the main dangers, and this is where that move 3 out, you preserve your position, stop you getting hemmed in, and right on the back is Cortez Bay. But in a moment or two, that gap, which is only a length or so between them, is going to open up because Mikel Barcelona goes past Meblesh and, past Loch Derg onto the quarters of Meblesh and begins to up it here. And just that gap between them, just a length and a half, when Mikel first starts, you can see he's on the bridle a lot longer. And when he does find something, that gap grows to not a massive amount, but enough.
Yes, exactly. Mikel here will be super confident. Cortez Bay on the hill still travelling. In behind, there was a little bit of scrimmaging between Loch Derg, who was going back in the pack, and a couple of others. But you can see the big break start to develop. Mikel starts to ask for everything from Year of the Dragon. Cortez Bay actually quickens better on the outside, but being in front of Cortez Bay really helped Mikel. And Year of the Dragon stays so well, put his ears flat back and drove all the way to the line.
And this is where it's all up for grabs. 2 jockeys riding for the trophy. And it was Mikel Barcelona who prevailed. That gap, not easy to tell on that side, was gradually being eroded. So the winning margin eventually was a neck. But Year of the Dragon never really quite looked as if he was going to surrender the lead, and has prevailed there under Mikel Barcelona. So Mikel with 30 points, beats Frida Valescal with 27. There's the light of connections. We think it's probably a tie for 3rd place between Safi Osborne, although she may get that on count back, because I think if they're tied, it is the number of winners. She rode a winner. Mohammed Al-Daham finished 2nd and 3rd, I think. So Safi Osborne may well get 3rd outright. We will confirm all of that for you. Safi Osborne is confirmed as 3rd, tied on points. But if they are tied, it goes to the number of winners. And she did have a winner. Mohammed made a bold fight of retaining his crown, but eventually finishes in 4th place. Mikel Barcelona, obviously delighted. See whether the presentations are ready yet to be made. The dignitaries are certainly there. Why do we have 2 more races on this particular programme? It includes the moving of the International Handicap, which traditionally was run on tomorrow's card, but is on this card. It's a turf race over 2,100 metres again. And then we have the first of the 2 purebred Arabian races, and that one is the Al Manifa Cup, and that's also 2,100 metres on turf. And then of course we have the big prize tomorrow for the purebred Arabians as well, and that is a big race in this part of the world, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. The Arabian racing is such a huge thing for Saudi racing culture anyway. We have 2 Arabian races every card throughout the regular season, and obviously the Al Manifa and the Abaya are the 2 big races that culminate the year. We have some great horses in this contest, race 8 today, but tomorrow as well is a red hot field. And many will be hoping that Nadem Al Mulk Al Khaladia will go close for the Al Khaladia stables. But yes, we're going to have 7 thoroughbred races today, 1 Arabian right at the end. For me, that's a highlight, Richard.
Yes, and I don't know. I mean, these are massive money spinners. Now, we should point out this is the presentation to Mikel Barcelona for winning the race, as opposed to the Jockeys Challenge. We're still just awaiting official confirmation, but we're pretty happy that he has won, and Frida in 2nd with Safi Osborne in 3rd place. Tom, you're leaving me for the rest of the night, but plenty to look forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's card. Yeah, it's a phenomenal card full of great sprinters, great middle distance horses, great stayers on the dirt and on the turf. obviously the Saudi Cup is the big race that everyone is focusing on, and hopefully Forever Young will show himself in a great light once again. But this is just the starter. Tomorrow is the main course, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Excellent. Well, thank you for your company today. As I say, we may well just hang on for the presentations for the 1, 2, 3 if they are relatively prompt. But a reminder, as I say, we still have 2 races to go. Mikel, I think, just trying to seek confirmation whether he's going to stay out there. You can see he's caught in the shots there. AD is with his... So we think that's the trophy for the last race as opposed for the International Jockeys Challenge. So there may just be a moment or two before Mikel comes back out. I presume it is a different trophy. So he's the centre of attention, Mikel Barcelona. Can't see second and third riders yet being called out. So we'll be back when they make the presentation, but it may be just a moment or two's time. So second place goes to Frida Valeskaia. Congratulations to her. We're waiting official confirmation of third. Some dispute as to the actual fact. Make them both on 17. Believe that Safi Osborne was third. But anyway, Mikel Barcelona is going to come up and receive the prize for the Saudi International Jockeys Challenge of 2026. Mikel Barcelona is on 30 points, 27 for Frida Valeskaia. And as I say, there is a tie on 17 between Safi Osborne, who had one success, but there is some consternation as to whether or not the fact she rode a winner makes her a clear third, or whether Mohammed Al-Daham shares or even gets third place. But Mikel Barcelona beating in the last race Frida Valeskaia into second place, and they finish in first and second in tonight's International Jockeys Challenge. And we believe, after a little bit of a stewards, that Safi Osborne is going to receive third place on her own because of the fact that she won a race. Hopefully she'll get to come up. She's waited very patiently in third place, but she's just on the left there in the black with the white sleeves, and still I think she's been told that she can go up and receive third, but I'm not sure the financial implications of that, but it probably is quite good as well. So we still only have the first two. I think there is another prize being manoeuvred towards the podium, hopefully. And Safi Osborne, I think, about to walk forward and receive third prize. $10,000 for finishing clear third, as opposed to having split it, and Safi Osborne, as we suspected, in third place there. So congratulations, not just to the three who've filled the first three positions, but a memorable night for many of the 14 who rode. And this is the final table, finally been officially confirmed. Mikel Barcelona 30, Frida Valeskaia on 27. The countback gives Safi Osborne third place ahead of Mohammed Al-Daham in fourth. Nina Valatrai was clear in fifth. Flavien Prat, who actually just nibbled away with points in 3 of the 4 races, but never actually finished any closer, I think, than third place. Congratulations to all of those. We still, of course, have 2 races to come, but they were the final standings of the Saudi Cup Jockeys International Challenge. So the last of the thoroughbred races tonight, the Saudi International Handicap, 90 to 110 official ratings. It's presented by Lucid, and they're headed by number 1 Sovereign Spirit for Connor Beasley, 2 is Super Cool for Christian Demuro, 3 Tawarek, Stefan Lajaj, 4 is Jeff Koons, the mount of Dylan Brown McMonigle, 5 is Wait to Excel, the mount of Joel Rosario. Number 6 is My Frankel, regular on this card, Ricardo Ferreira, 7 Native American Billy Lochnan, with Lochnan having 3 runners here. Number 8 Genilat Bright for Kieran Schumacher, his first ride of the night. Number 9 is Bleak for Irad Ortaz Jr. Grand Decan for Mikel Barcelona, looking for a hat-trick here. Mikel, after the wins in the last 2 legs of the challenge. Salamanca Lad for Holly Doyle, number 11. 12, Hans Anderson, Francisco Goncalves. 13 is Reverso, Malone Fabio. And 14 is Iredi. And that is the mount of Flavian Pratt, who's had a good evening so far. He's been placed in lots of the races, and he rides Iredi here. So runners heading in for our 7th race. The Saudi International Handicap, as I say, moved from traditional position on tomorrow's card. General Bright is amongst those that are going forward. That's a look at one of the chief fancies, Sovereign Spirit for Connor Beasley, who rode a winner on this 2-day meeting last year. Native American just waiting out the back. Also Jeff Koons just going in. Hans Andersen is in. And also towards the outside Hans Andersen. I mentioned at this trip a little bit before that the importance of getting into some sort of position. If you remember where the first two were in our previous contest, then over this trip they were pretty well placed from quite an early stage there. There goes Native American, who is one of those that has been a little bit luckier with the gates, as long as he can utilise stall number 1. Reverso goes in. Tawarek, who's got a little bit warm, is another one that's going forward. Sovereign Spirit and My Frankel, who has run on various renewals of this 2-day card. My Frankel in for Ricardo Ferreira. And Iradi moves forward. So we are just about all set. Iradi and Reverso rocking and rolling on the inside gates. And starters supervising them, but waiting for them to stand. I think all of them are in, and indeed they are, and away they head. And Native American capitalises on that draw. Sovereign Spirit is also pretty swiftly into stride as they race through the first furlong. From wider out, the red cap of Super Cooled, and also trying to cross over from the wider gate is Salamanca Lad in the white cap. So Salamanca Lad and Iradi in company with Super Cooled are the first 3. Native American tracks on the rails. Hans Andersen is posted 4 wide as they head into the turn. Reverso races on the inside of Grande Can's green cap. Sovereign Spirit was heftily restrained and sits no closer than midfield. Then on the inside is My Frankel, who leads just ahead of Jeff Koons. Then behind these, the back 4 include the likes of Wait to Excel. Also Bleak is back in the pack. Tawarek is 1 from the tail, and General Bright is last of all. So meanwhile, down the back straight, they pass the start of the 13.51 tomorrow, and out in the lead, it is in the striped jacket Iradi, who has the advantage. In second place is Salamanca Lad, who poised on the outside, and Hans Andersen, and the pace has definitely steadied. Racing in 4th is Native American, who is just ahead of the red cap of Super Cooled. Reverso's pink jacket is on the running rail with Grande Can wider out. Sovereign Spirit now finds himself quite well back in a steadily run race with My Frankel, who is on the inside. Then Jeff Koons. Behind these, Wait to Excel, one of plenty who's going to lead a little bit of luck from here, as Iradi yet to pick the pace up past the pointer X in the back straight. We're inside the final half mile. Iradi it is who has the lead. From in second place, Salamanca Lad. Hans Andersen round the outside. Native American comes next. Reverso, one of those who's playing poker up the inside, looking for the inside run in company with My Frankel. Sovereign Spirit and Jeff Koons are wider out. It is Hans Andersen who's come through to take the lead. Racing on the inside, Salamanca Lad. Then Grande Can is in 3rd place. Behind those, the black cap of Native American. Down the outside, Sovereign Spirit, Reverso and Jeff Koons. Then My Frankel inside the final 150 yards. Grande Can for a narrow lead. The red cap of Super Cooled down the outside continues to close off. Hans Andersen is still there, but it is Grande Can by 2 lengths on the run to the line. Grande Can from Super Cooled fights out with Native American for the minor honours, close for 2nd and 3rd. A Sovereign Spirit ground on to finish 4th. Reverso was next across the line. Behind those, Hans Andersen, who eventually gave best. Looking back for the likes of My Frankel, those back in a steadily run race had little chance. General Bright and Bleak towards the tail. Grande Can, Mikel Barcelona once again 3 on the spin. A purchase out of the October sales and has done very little wrong since arriving in the kingdom. Managed to place on 3 of the 4 runs, and Grande Can eventually came home to win well. It is a bob of the heads for 2nd. Oh, on the far side, that's just going to favour, I think, Native American ahead of Super Cooled, with in 4th place Sovereign Spirit, Reverso, Hans Andersen, and behind those My Frankel, who was never, indeed the whole back part of the field really had very little chance the way that race panned out. Hans Andersen got to the lead, but that big stride of Grande Can, a little bit short of room was Native American. He'd been a bit unlucky not to be 2nd, because he did lose a little bit of ground switching off the heels of Hans Andersen. Gave up 2nd as Super Cooled, but rallied bravely to get back up and pip the same owner's runner. But Grande Can, what a night it has been for Mikel Barcelona. Back-to-back victories in the last 2 legs of the Jockeys Challenge, and then victory on Grande Can in a time of 2:09.76, eventually by 3 1/4 lengths, so pretty decisively. Native American ahead 2nd ahead of Super Cooled. There was a neck in advance of Sovereign Spirit. Reverso and Hans Andersen filled out 5th and 6th places. So runners making their way back towards the paddock, but success there for Gran Decan and Miguel Barcelona.
Congratulations, Michael Barcelona.
Thank you.
Michael, and also you do the great job with the challenge race. Congratulations again.
Yeah, no, thank you.
So I want you to take me through the race, please.
We braked good enough. I have to rush him a bit more than I did last time. We ended up with a good position, and we pretty have an easy run, and he's been very, very, very tough until the line.
So any change in the plan when you go in at the race?
Not at all. Just last time we braked slow, and he's a bit typical horse. Can be strong going to the gate, and he's not very the sharpest from the gate, so you never know if you have to rush him or not. But last time I didn't, today I did, and he worked well.
You do a great job, by the way, and good luck for other races for today and tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
spoke about the pre-race. What we got thoughts post-race time?
Confidence cannot be matched in Jockey. He's riding brilliantly well. Obviously, 2 Jockey Challenge victories. Now he's won on Handicap. But also came into the race with good form. He had a great chance. So Mikel being on board was a magic touch.
And these varying trips that we've seen today, the last race was one that was slightly further. How important is it that jockeys get their horse to travel well and stay the trip?
Yeah, it's very important. Also, getting the right passage through the race is important regarding saving energy. Mikel was happy to be 3 wide in a couple of the races today. That wasn't a negative at all on the turf track. Despite the fact during the regular season you wanted to be saving ground inside. Mikel knows the track though, and he knew that he could slingshot off that final turn. There's also a strong stayer, came from the UK, Handicap, and he loves his first turf track here.
How important is confidence going into tomorrow then? Because we build up to the Saudi Cup, and Mikel has a ride in that. He also rides in the Open Turf, he rides in the French Handicap. He has an incredible book of rides this weekend. He's going to go happy and ready for tomorrow, isn't he?
Yeah, I'd say so. Mikel doesn't lack confidence anyway. We saw that before at the English Army a few years ago with the celebration. But yeah, he'll have that added boost. Tonight. He'll be coming back tomorrow, hopefully.
And connections of Grand Scan, they're regularly featured in the winning circle. They'll be delighted to have a winner on the weekend.
Yeah, White Stable won the leading ovals here. They actually won the oval title this season. They picked up a sheet, Christoph Sumion, a couple of lonely key rides. They are used to find the winner circle, but when they come on home, you know they have to do it.
Wow, they're all on the podium. Good morning.
The RT distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's terrific round of time for the Saudi International Handicap. We welcome onto the podium the elusive president, Faisal Sultan, to make the presentation to the connections of Grand Canada. First off, we congratulate once again on behalf of Prince King Abdullah Abdulaziz and Sons. Many congratulations go to Prince Peter bin Abdullah. So once again, congratulations go to Prince Peter. But something else on the memento for the winning trophy. Congratulations go to Salam Al-Jilani. And it's been a terrific evening for the winner of the International Jockeys Challenge and the winner of the International Handicap. Many congratulations go to Mikel Barcelona.
بالفارس المميز والخيال المميز في أمسية اليوم مايكل برشلونة. أمير متعب مايكي قدام الله يطول عمرك.
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's Tom Toller, the champion of the Riyadh racing season here for 2025 into 2026. And welcome on to the winner's podium to make the presentation. In front of the entire fighting challenge of the Jockey of Saudi Arabia. And first up, we have the Owners' Championship of the Federal with 20 points on the board. Many congratulations go to Khalid C. Al-Sayed. The leading trainer, Amit Mahmood, and the leading jockey, Camilla Ospino.
We just enjoyed the 7th race of the International Handicap, presented by what an evening this has been. Thus far, what more races to run? Michael, how have you enjoyed tonight? I'm loving it. I love to be here this year. Atmosphere is amazing, and unfortunately, this is wonderful space. What does it feel like for yourself, knowing that Luton aren't with the race when you're watching that race? It must really be exciting.
Very emotional, right? I think horse racing and the exploration, the performance, that's all what Luton is about. So, it's really amazing story on Luton. It's on the last Yes, 880 of them.
So there's beautiful work on the track, too.
Amazing exploration, great ideas. Look at the lucid gravity, the spinner, the world's most powerful car in the air. I know that the world's most powerful horses are here, but we also have the world's most powerful car here.
Extremely fitting, as you said, both in horsepower, in racing, but I'm sure, as we spoke about with Miguel Barcelona, also tactical and a nice ride.
Oh, definitely. Smooth, sleek, that's what our cars are all about. And these horses are so elegant. And we're trying to do the same thing on the car side.
You said that you enjoy coming here every year. How have you seen the Saudi community grow and elevate over the years?
Well, every year it's interesting. I think, you know, we started off, I think, 3 years ago. And if you look at the crowd here, you know, it's growing. It's definitely made in Saudi, the transformation vision 2030. You know, I can see all of that here.
Off the track, you spoke about the animals, you spoke about horses. How about the feeling, the atmosphere that welcome the race goes this evening? It's one that you enjoy first.
Well, personally, I love like last year, my family was there also from California, and you know, it was just amazing to see this is happening in Riyadh, right? It's best of the best. I think it represents what Saudi Arabia is really going through right now. And Royal Highness has done an amazing job, and we're just so proud to be part of it.
It's been a fantastic evening. You've summed it up perfectly. We have one more race to run, and of course we're back for more action tomorrow. The world's richest race, the Saudi Cup. A race meeting that has eyes all over the world to watch. Lucid, welcome for our 7th race, the Saudi International Handicap, presented by Lucid. Well, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the night. Enjoy tomorrow. Thank you so much.
With a cup of tea, and I'm delighted to be joined by Lena, who owns this beautiful tea brand. Lena, tell me all about how you started this brand and how you got to the stage now.
So this is perhaps the first herbal tea brand in Saudi. The urban market here has a huge potential and is almost completely untapped. Farmers mostly focus on growing crops, vegetables,
And our last race of the evening is the Al Manifa Cup for purebred Arabians, presented by Ministry of Culture. Number 1 is Adib Al Shahania, Muhammad Al Dahan. 2 is Jafar Kieran Schumark. 3 is a non-runner. 4 is Nambuka Al Mori, Guillaume Gage Gay. Number 5 is Kingmaker for Christian Demuro, and 6 Turkey Al Khalidia for Naif Al Anzani. Next up, number 7, Bint Galiat Al Khalidia, Fahad Al Faradi. 8 is Jad de Faust for Camilio Espina. 9, Lakara de Croat, Dylan Brown McMonagle. 10, Mubarazit Al Khalidia for Adel Al Faradi. 11 is Preciosa Al Ashai. And number 12 is Mary Lila, Mikel Barcelona. The RB incident just prefixes for breeding, so they're not included in the official race name. 13, Shagal Al Mori, Ricardo Ferreira. So 12 runners. Take a look at them in the parade ring for the Al Manifa Cup, the final race of the night. So, runners about to head in for our final event of the night, the Al Manifa Cup, a Group 1 race for purebred Arabians, presented by the Ministry of Culture. Once again, 2100 metres on the turf course, and amongst the first to go forward is Preciosa Al-Ashai, who goes in to join Licaro de Croate, who was the first one into the stalls. The next one up is Jafar. Jafar with the star on the body and the red cap, about to be followed in by Mary Lila, bidding to give Mikel Barcelona not just a four-timer, but 4 on the bounce, which would be a terrific achievement on such a competitive card. He goes into the inside stall as well. Preciosa Al-Ashai is a little bit restive in the stalls. Jay de Faust is about to go forward, one of several greys in the field, and Kingmaker, one of the big chances. Christian de Muro goes forward in the green jacket. The blue and white colours belong to Adib Al-Shahaniya. Then we have some of the Al-Khalidia horses, with number 10, Mubarizat Al-Khalidia going forward, one of the greys. Goes into the stalls. Preciosa Al-Ashai is still a bit worked up. There going forward is Turkey Al-Khalidia. And it's down to, that's it, in fact. They're off and racing. And from the stalls, Nabuka Al-Mori gave them quite a big start there, jumped out really poorly as they raced through the first furlong. Turkey Al-Khalidia is one of the first to show, and also racing in a handy position up on the outside is Licaro de Croat, who races in second. Kingmaker is in third. Nabuka Al-Mori has quickly recovered the ground he lost at the start, with Shagal Al-Mori racing in fourth place. On the running rails is Mary Lila in the red cap and the noseband on the inside of Jade de Faust as they move into that first turn. As they make the bend, just behind the leaders on the inside, races Bin Galayat Al-Khalidia, and as they make the turn away, Preciosa Al-Khalidia is last of all. So out in the lead, it is Turkey Al-Khalidia who shows the way. Kingmaker tracks on the running rail, and on the outside, Licaro de Croat races in third. In fourth on the rails is Mary Lila, who is just ahead of the blue jacket of Shagal Al-Mori as they race down the side. They're well packed up. Jafar races in midfield, trying to make a little bit of ground wide out. Bin Galayat Al-Khalidia, and right from the back, Preciosa Al-Ashai is being rushed up by Alexis Moreno to take closer order. Nabuka Al-Mori is still towards the back after that slow beginning, and also towards the back Eldib Al-Shahaniya, as still well bunched, the runners make their way down the back straight. Just behind the leaders continues to be Bin Galayat Al-Khalidia in company with Mubarizat Al-Khalidia. It's the other Al-Khalidia that's out on the lead, though. The grey Turkey Al-Khalidia has the advantage. Kingmaker poised in the box seat just behind the leaders. One out, one back. Licaro de Croat continues to race in a handy position. Mary Lila on the running rail just ahead of Jade de Faust, with wider out Shagal Al-Mori as the leader Turkey Al-Khalidia has asked for a little bit more. Kingmaker full of horse on the inside, looking for a way out underneath Licaro de Croat as the race develops, and Kingmaker is caught on heels as Shagal Al-Mori makes the move to the outside. Mary Lila also tries to hold in Kingmaker as they make the turn. So up the home straight, Kingmaker having a barging match there with Mary Lila, still looking for a gap that's now there. Out in the lead, Licaro de Croat with Shagal Al-Mori, then Mary Lila. Kingmaker's now got the run and beginning to improve from the back. Adib Al-Shahaniya, the grey Kingmaker, and Mary Lila looking for this Barcelona four-timer. The two of them going head for head. Kingmaker by her neck. Mary Lila continues to close. Kingmaker sticks the neck out on the run to the line. Kingmaker saw off Mary Lila. They were the first two home and eventually pulled a couple of lengths clear. Over in third place, Licaro de Croat, I think, will bag that position. Interesting jockeyship up the home straight as a couple of riders block the path of Kingmaker. A shake of the head there from winning rider Christian de Muro, who knows that he nearly didn't get out in time there. narrowly defying Mikel Barcelona, a four-timer. Third was Lacaro de Croat. Fourth place, Chagall Al-Mouri. From the back, Adib Al-Shahania made good ground, and having missed the start, Nabuka Al-Mouri has run well to finish in sixth place. Just watch the jockey ship here, because the grey RB Kingmaker was looking for a way out off the inside of Lacaro de Croat. He still wants to go right, and eventually that gap opens. Mary Lila had been the one who was trying to hold him in. First of all, it had been Chagall Al-Mouri, but the gap's wide enough for Kingmaker. But Mary Lila had plenty to offer and kept sticking away at the leader, but Kingmaker put that head down, and Mikel Barcelona will have to settle for 3 wins on the bounce and then a second, about a neck or so in second place. Kingmaker beats Mary Lila, first and second. Third place goes to Lacaro de Croat, who was never far away. Dylan Brown McMonagle fills out the frame in third place. Winning time 2:21.56, half a length between Kingmaker and Mary Lila on the line. 2 1/4 lengths back to Lacaro de Croat. Chagall Al-Mouri a length further back in fourth place. Nabuka Al-Mouri was very slow away from the start, right at the beginning of the contest, but Kingmaker had a lap full of horse the majority of the way for Christian de Muro. But purebred Arabians do take a little bit longer to pick up, and he was denied a run for a considerable period of time. So just before we wrap the coverage, let's take a look at the start again, because as well as now Nabuka Al-Mouri, on the inside, stall 1, didn't pick it up live in the call. Mikel Barcelona veers out to the right and does also Preciosa Alashai no favours at all. Mikel was able to recover, as was Nabuka Al-Mouri. Such was the steady nature of the run of the race, but it was Kingmaker in the closing stages that beat Mary Lila. They both dropped into prominent positions on the rails, but it was that jockey ship up the home straight that was fascinating, but eventually Christian de Muro probably value for more of the advantage, winning eventually by half a length. Kingmaker wins for Christian de Muro, Helal and Tahan Al-Alawi, and the owner Helal Nasser Al-Alawi. So congratulations to all connections. Well done for Christian de Muro, winner of our last race of the night, the Al Manifa Cup, and a cool prize of $1.5 million US. Hope you enjoyed the evening's coverage. Of course, we have the big day tomorrow to come as well. A total of 9 races, 3 o'clock right the way through to the concluding Saudi Cup, which rounds off the coverage for you tomorrow.
outside is Ricardo de Croat, who races in second. Kingmaker is in third. And Luca Amori's quickly recovered the ground he lost at the start. And Shagar Amori racing in fourth place. On the running rails is Mary Liner in the red cap and the noseband on the inside of Jade de Faust as they move into that first turn. As they make the bend, just behind the leaders on the inside, races Bin Galiat and Al-Khalidia, and as they make the turn away, Preciosa Al-Khalidia is last of all. So out in the lead, it is Turkey Al-Khalidia who shows the way. Kingmaker tracks on the running rail, and on the outside, Ricardo de Croat races in third. In fourth on the rails is Mary Lila, who's just ahead of the blue jacket of Shagar Al-Mori as they race down the side. They're well packed up. Jafar races in midfield, trying to make a little bit of ground wide out. Bin Galiat Al-Khalidia, and right from the back, Preciosa Al-Shai is being rushed up by Alexis Moreno to take closer order. And Luca Al-Mori is still towards the back after that slow beginning, also towards the back. And Lead Al-Shahania are still well bunched. The runners make their way down the back straight. And just behind the leaders continues to be Bin Galiat Al-Khalidia, in company with Luca Al-Khalidia. Al-Khalidia turn the lead though. The grey Turkey Al-Khalidia has the advantage. Kingmaker poised in the box seat just behind the leaders. One out, one back. Ricardo de Croat continues to race in a happy position. Mary Liner on the running rail, just ahead of Jade de Faust, and wider out Shagar Al-Mori. As the leader Turkey Al-Khalidia has asked for a little bit more. Kingmaker full of horse on the inside, looking for a way out. Underneath Ricardo de Croat as the race develops, and Kingmaker is caught on the heels. As Shagar Al-Mori makes a move to the outside, Mary Liner also tries to hold in Kingmaker as they make the turns. Well, running straight, Kingmaker having a party match there with Mary Liner still looking for a gap that's there or there. Al-Mori, Ricardo de Croat, and Shagar Al-Mori, then Mary Liner. Kingmaker's now got the run, begins to improve with Al-Khalidia, Al-Shahania, the great Kingmaker, and Mary Liner looking for this Barcelona four-timer. The two of them going head for head. Kingmaker right on there. Mary Liner continues to close. Kingmaker sticks to their down the run to the line. Kingmaker saw off Mary Liner. They were the first two home, and eventually thought that that one is clear. Over in third place, Ricardo de Croat, I think, will back that position. Interesting jockeyship up that the straight. There's a couple of riders off the car for Kingmaker, shaking their head there. From winning rider Christian Lemur, who knows that he really didn't get out in time there. Down into frying, Mikel Barcelona, four-time. Third was Ricardo de Croat. Fourth place, Shagar Al-Mori. On the back, and he Al-Shahania made good ground, and having missed the start, Luca Al-Mori has run well to finish in sixth place. Makes his way to the winning podium. Finished to our 8th and final race. Real action on the track this evening. Brilliant finishes all the way. Winning rides, of course, but some tight finishes and some proper battles. And our 8th and final race was just that, with Christian Guerrero and Army Kingmaker coming out on top in the Albany first cup. Group 1 Kilbury Arabians, that makes it back-to-back victories in this race. What a beautiful horse. And there is Christian Guerrero with celebrations as he crosses the line. And second was Mikel Barcelona, who
سيدات وسادة رحبوا معي بمؤسسة وزارة الثقافة الرياضية وكيلة وزارة الثقافة الإسبانية والمهرجانات الثقافية لتكريم فائزي شو كبسولي من الخيل العربية الأصيلة هلال العلوي مدربا ومالكا وآرمي كيك ميكر.
So many congratulations once again to Al-Alawi and Khaled Al-Alawi collecting their winning trophies. There's also a memento for the winning rider. And we welcome to the podium Christian De Niro.
أيضا رحبوا معنا بالفارس المميز الذي فاز بآرمي كيك ميكر كريستيان ديمور.
Can you step forward? Step forward. Step forward. Can you come forward? Step forward.
That's all for racing this evening. It's great to have you by my side. You brought this little from the culture, but it certainly has to be in the culture of touring this evening.
Oh, Frankie, it's been wonderful. It's my first time at Saudi. I know it's your first time too, but it's honestly been phenomenal. It's so packed over there, so many families, so many children having fun, enjoying the show that they've got over there. But my highlight of the evening was definitely seeing the fashion show that they had there, hosted by the Saudi 100 brand. And I spoke to different designers who had around called the EXO, and their clothing was just beautiful. So to see that on display was fabulous. But there's so